Hello and welcome to the FA National Futsal Series Women's Tier 1 with the action taking place live from Northgate Arena in Chester. The two teams are out onto the court for the first game of the day. In the Women's Tier 1 we have 3 games to bring to you in total today. This one is London Helvecia taking on Cheshire. Later today, Southampton Aztecas will face last year's champions, Birmingham WLV, and this season's league leaders so far, Bloomsbury, will be in action at 5:30 with the kick-off time for their match against Hartpury. So the two captains there coming together in the centre circle. Emma Toon for London Helvecia, such a key player for the London side, as we've become accustomed to across this season and last and prior to that as well. Really holds this Helvecia team together. There are your two referees. Ian Vaines, head referee today, and Ashley Spires. The timekeeper is Nzube Ntube. Referee Ian Vaines just ensuring all's in order with the netting of the goal, and then we will be ready to get underway. Final words with Libby Wright, the Cheshire goalkeeper, who's burst onto the scene this season for Cheshire. She's been very impressive since her debut at the start of the campaign. Been a difficult season overall though so far for Cheshire, just the 3 points from the 4 games that they've played. London Helvecia with 4 points, but from only 2 matches so far this season. We are underway then, and Emma Toon with the armband in possession back there in the fixed position for Helvecia. Out of play on the far side for the kick in, and back it goes to Toon. Manages to get the long range striking, but it was always going to be a tough ask to test the goalkeeper from that sort of distance, and he's out of play and behind for the goal clearance. That's taken short, and Helvecia, as we so often see them do, pressing high up the court and trying to win the ball back in a dangerous area. Does seem to be a compact and tight court that the teams are going to have to play on at Northgate Arena, the venue for today's games. Perhaps not quite as big as the women's Tier 1 sides are maybe used to playing on. Straight into the first Helvecia defender there, but referee Ian Vaines just making sure that the 2-player wall for last year's league champions Helvecia, before they were beaten in the playoffs, moved back the required distance. It's played across, but that wasn't what Cheshire were looking for, and it's out of play. Still goalless then, and still about the game's first real opportunity. We've played just over a minute in the first game at Northgate Arena. Helvecia in possession, dictating play at the moment. Back it goes to Toon. Forward, parallel pass. Good turn to fire the ball across into the penalty area. It was a dangerous ball in. Toon towards the second post, and there it is, turned in. Well, it didn't take Helvecia long. It was Emma Toon's ball across to the second post, and no mistake made. 1-0. Simple finish in the end. And that's exactly what London Helvecia were looking for. An early goal to settle them down, and that is 1-0, just to be added to the scoreboard on the far side by the timekeeper. But certainly London Helvecia lead, and it was a simple finish in the end. Up to the goal scorer once more. Nice cut back inside, and again it's Helvecia who are asking the questions. Just off target that time though, and Libby Wright has the ball in her hands. Out it goes forward to Tina Ellis. And Cheshire initially getting the decision, but it's overturned. Did seem as though the last touch had come off the Cheshire player, and it's out for what will be the Helvecia kick-in. Confirmation of the scoreline, 1-0 Helvecia lead. Still very early stages, but Helvecia looking to kick on and really hurt this Cheshire team more. And ultimately you'd imagine that the idea from head coach Enrique Guillen would be to get the job done by half-time. Sampson with the forward pass. Nicely controlled, but held up well in defence, then given away. O'Shea on the turn, and it's out for the corner. Helvecia kicking, it's taken back to the captain Emma Tune. Blind side of the camera position there as the referee on the near side obstructed view, but came to nothing anyway for Helvecia, and it's out of play. Cheshire get us moving once more, but nobody on the end of that. It's a poor throw out in the end with nobody up there for Cheshire, and it's out and behind at the other end. Alvarez trying to burst past Sampson. Corner. Alvarez on the turn. Helvecia is still controlling the game, dictating play. There it goes into a dangerous area. It was a good ball played from the kick-in from Alvarez. Those are the sort of defensive areas where Cheshire will really need to tighten up. Sampson wearing the armband as ever for Cheshire. Given away there to Tune. Tune, a dangerous area to moves the ball in for Cheshire, but it's turned behind for the corner. Might have been going wide anyhow, but Wright managed to get fingertips to it and took no chances. Tune. And Helvecia back in action on the women's Tier 1 stage of the FA National Futsal Series, having missed out the last couple of game weeks given the league format now with just 7 teams after Manchester's withdrawal. Turned by Alvarez, and it was a snapshot in the end and a save which Wright made, but I'm not sure how much she actually knew about that. It was well positioned. Still Helvecia pushing, but still just 1-0. This is Helen Cann. Cann in possession again for Cheshire, looking to receive the ball back on the give and go, but it's been given away to Alvarez. Out and behind for the corner. Cheshire at the moment struggling to make any inroads into the Helvecia defence when they do gain possession. Lofted towards the back stick, but too much on it, and not the direction that they were looking for anyway. Bit of a waste that in truth for Helvecia. Short roll out, but it was almost inviting the pressure. White, who went long with the previous distribution from the goal clearance, but perhaps would have been the better choice that time to do so. Well, I'm not fully convinced that that completely crossed the line there, but the benefit of the doubt perhaps given to Cheshire's Helen Can. Here's Tune. Across to Maisie O'Shea. Well held up. Out on the far side. Tune. Opting for the direct delivery into the box, looking for the run of O'Shea, but she couldn't make any contact with it. Tune picks up possession, drives over the halfway line. Out wide left. Priscilla Martins manages to get the strike in, the goal scorer for London Helvecia. Oh, it's a loose touch from Davies. It's given the ball away momentarily, but Cheshire managed to just about recover the situation. Good goalkeeping at the other end by Amy Swift. First time I've seen her for London Helvecia. Between the sticks in goal today for the London side. That's a nice interchange pass, but the give and go in the end didn't quite pay off. Forced into a bit of work there as well, the Helvecia goalkeeper Swift. In the end, the ricochet off the Cheshire player takes it out. Tune. Cutting pass forward, looking for Martins. Tune with the give and go with Larissa Vieira. That one will run into touch, but it will be a corner, will it? That's certainly what Helvecia feel, but no, the decision in fact has gone the way of Cheshire. Martins, who got the only goal of the game so far for last season's league winners. Out of play, that's a poor pass that time. Davies with the forward pass down the line looking for Can. Can holds the ball up nicely, then Davies trying to get past her opposite captain in Emma Tune. Helvecia ball. Oh, that's not a good area to lose possession. It's been given away, and it's a dangerous one, but Emma Toon in the end can't hit the target. Bit of a let-off there for Cheshire, because you don't want to be giving the ball away in those sorts of areas. Again, it's a bit of a wasteful distribution from the goalkeeper right. But the positive for Cheshire is that it's still only 1-0. Just that one goal from Martin separating the teams. Approaching the midway point of the first half. Still no fouls in this one so far, incidentally. Goalkeeper Wright there taking up a position on the near side to the court side camera, but the ball didn't come across to her, and in the end it's slightly fortunate for Cheshire that they didn't lose possession with the net empty. They might do here though, although managing to initially break free of the pressure. Wright retreats back. Vieira, good footwork across to Priscilla Martins, and again Martins with the strike. She's looked like the main goal threat so far for Helvecia, and indeed got the goal. Let's put them ahead. Decision goes against Helvecia on the far side. It's the disappointment of Martins, but it was right beneath the nose of referee Ian Vaines. Oh, it might break at the back stick there for Martins, very nearly did. It's out of play in the end, and a moment's respite for Cheshire. Vieira toying with the Cheshire defence again. Vieira, corner. Number of efforts on goal just racking up a little now for Helvecia, but they've only breached the Cheshire defence once. Marissa Vieira, who made the switch from Helvecia's local side Bloomsbury in this summer, has seemingly fitted in seamlessly to this Helvecia side. Good pass forward there to Martins in the pivot position again, holding the ball up nicely. Here's Vieira, wide left. Martins bypassed a couple of Cheshire defenders with the pass through, but didn't find Cret. Now there may be an opportunity for Cheshire, although there to dispossess was Toon, and on the counter-attack after Cheshire had lost possession, it was Emma Toon who drove forward with the ball, but as we see on the replay here, was not able to pick out that bottom corner. Vieira. Vieira holding off the Cheshire defence again. Across it goes into another dangerous area. This time it just ran slightly too far behind the run of Emma Toon. Unfortunate one that for Helvecia, because it was a really dangerous ball delivered across. Sampson thought about using the goalkeeper right, opted against doing that in the end, and then Roding just running into a bit of traffic in the form of a Helvecia defender. Oh, nice give and go, and it's a first half chance of the game for Cheshire. Might feel disappointed with that one. Worked it into a central area, but unable to divert the ball on target. Oh, deflection, and it's gone in. Well, that's cruel on Cheshire. It looked initially as though the shot wasn't going to trouble the keeper. As we see again on the replay, well, it's Emma Toon with the strike and the wicked deflection to take it into the top corner. Helvecia won't care though. Emma Toon certainly won't care. And that's 2-0. To London Helvecia then. We have around 10 minutes of the first half still to play. It's an error on the scoreboard at the moment. There we go, 9 minutes and 41 seconds to be exact, as it's an opportunity down the other end of the court to where the majority of action's been so far. Toon. That's nice to bypass the initial defender and then across looking for the second post. Very nearly there for Helvecia. Good footwork down the left flank by Larissa Vieira. Again, just toying with the defenders, and well, it was a shot in the end, wasn't it, that threw a whisker past the far post. Helen Can trying to divert the ball goal-bound there with her head, but didn't quite come off for her. Toon. Martins. Kicking. Well held up that time by Martins, who got the game's first goal. Nobody on the end of that one, and it's out of play. Cheshire gets going again. It's been a little bit of a better spell in the game so far, though, for Cheshire, just holding off Helvecia, but as I speak, they've given the ball away, and it's a dangerous area to do that. O'Shea just forced into a little bit of a cul-de-sac, and in the end, it's prodded behind. Maybe had more time in possession than she was aware there, but out for a corner it goes. Vieira. This time it breaks back for Toon. Will block that time. Sends it away. Vieira, though, looking for the run of O'Shea in a central position. Out for the kick in, and still Helvecia are pushing. O'Shea tried to sweep it goal bound with her left. Vieira holding off the defender, sets it back here for Martins. Martins opted against shooting first time, tried to work a better angle to do that. In the end, it will go down as good defending again for Cheshire, but get the sense that sooner or later Helvecia are going to find their third, and really it's only a matter of time. Tune. Goalkeeper taking no chances, but of course it wouldn't have counted if it had gone directly in from the kick-in. Wiser decision might have been to allow that to run its course, but instead conceding the corner. Martins to Tune. Across to O'Shea. Safe. Tune for Martins. Martins not a dissimilar position to the one which she scored from. That time though it ends right by the corner, but it is just the kick-in for Cheshire, and they'll have to work their way out from here. Corner here for Cheshire. What can they work from the set piece? Sampson sets it back for the strike. Quickly closed down by Larissa Vieira. Out of play for another set play. Referee again moving the Helvecia players back the required distance of 5 metres. Vieira nips in again, but the final touch comes off her. Sampson, 6:40 to go until half time. Just running out of room there on the far side, Kerry Sampson. Looks as though the timeout card's gone in as well from Helvecia boss Enrique Guillen, and indeed it has, and the opportunity will be taken here for that minute's timeout. We have London Helvecia leading by 2-0. Firm favourites going into the game ahead of kick-off, London Helvecia, and I'd imagine that he'd be content with things so far. A bit of a depleted squad for them today as well, as it is for Cheshire. Not many substitutes across both squads that can be used. Have of course travelled a long way for this game, London Helvecia. There's Richie Jones and his Cheshire side. Really for them now it's about staying in the game and trying to contain Helvecia for as long as they can. And as long as they keep the scoreline at this, we know how quickly the game can change, and momentum's such a big part of it as well. If they get one back, then they really would have a game on, but you just imagine the message from Enrique Guillen there for Helvecia would just be to continue doing what they're doing, continue probing, and the goals you'd imagine would come for Helvecia. They've already got 2. But we've become so accustomed to seeing them score so many more. Vieira slips past the initial challenge. Vieira chops back inside onto her right peg, and then it's cleared away by right. Martins momentarily had a 3v2. As they look to try to use it with O'Shea to the left. Cheshire got bodies back there though, and obviously weren't able to take advantage of that. Martins for O'Shea. O'Shea still in a dangerous area, just seemed to lose a footing at the crucial moment there, Maisie O'Shea. Kicking much to the bemusement of Helvecia, not for the first time in the game, goes against them. Right, immediately pressured by O'Shea. I think the timeout cards are going to be handed in as well, this time from the opposite bench of course. Richie Jones opting for another minute's break. Mentioned earlier that this is just London Helvecia's third league game of the season. Back to the action, having missed out the previous 2 weeks. A win here would see them go to second in the table, but it wouldn't be enough for them at the moment to catch Bloomsbury, the league leaders, who will be in action later on against Hartpury. That's a 5:30 kick-off, and at 3:30 before that we'll have last season's champions Birmingham WLV taking on strugglers at the moment, Southampton Aztecs. So make sure you stay with us for those two. Players just taking the opportunity to get some messages and fluids on board as well. Will be a difficult ask for them with the sustained periods of play that they'll have to play, given the lack of available substitutes. It looks to me as though Tina Ellis is in attendance for Cheshire, but not actually going to play a part in the game by the looks of things. Most likely an injury concern. That's a blow for Cheshire. Here's Vieira trying to make inroads down the right flank, but held up well. O'Shea. Loose ball gives it away. This is a dangerous moment for Cheshire. Sampson kicking. Just over 5 minutes to go until half-time, and Helvecia here leading by 2-0. They came courtesy of Martins and then a deflected shot from Tune. Kicking again for Helvecia, this time much higher up the court in an attacking position. Set for Tune, who takes it on. The angle was tight there though, and it was always going to be difficult to score from that sort of angle. Tune. Vieira. All the way back to the Helvecia goalkeeper, Amy Swift. Tune there felt the brunt force of that challenge, but the game's allowed to continue again. It's a deflection, and having conceded earlier from a deflection, they very nearly did again there, Cheshire, but this time Wright was able to react to it and turn it behind for the corner. Tune. Wayward that time. The ball there just being retrieved for Libby Wright. It's out to Helen Can, although she's been dispossessed. Pull past that time by Martins. Tune on hand again. Skips free. Tune offloads to the right to Vieira. Nobody on the end of it, but those two for Helvecia again at the heart of things. And the Tune and Larissa Vieira at that time making up for the error from Martins after her poor pass. Likewise that time really, in truth, as it was played too far ahead of Vieira. It's not a good opening that though for Helvecia. Can't be underestimated really when you have an overload like that. It's important to make those opportunities count, at least test the goalkeeper and get a shot on target. Oh, risky for Cheshire as Vieira nipped in, but only the touch to take it behind. Always just feel that if teams are going to bring their goalkeeper out in that 3v2 escape, as we see from deep kicking so much. They need to then use the goalkeeper in one way or another, whether that be as a decoy to open up another passing line, or if the ball goes across to them. But it becomes very risky when you have your goalkeeper out in a position away from the goal, but continue to play in the manner in which you would normally. Loose pass forward, and again there is Emma Tune. Oh, he seems to be positioned perfectly at the back for them. Vieira latches onto the end of it to keep it in. Into Tune, and again it's off target that time though. Just to confirm, it is the red lines that we're playing to here in Chester, where the games are being played in the maze of lines on the court. Again, it's a long throw out which isn't going to be retrieved. You can see there Cheshire were almost set up in a 4-0 with all players back inside their defensive half, and just proved to be a reset. Not the first time that we've seen that from them. And maybe testament to the pressure that Helvecia have put Cheshire under when they have tried to play from the back. Tune, that time her pass doesn't find anyone in blue. Advantage played here, good advantage from the officials. Across it goes to Vieira. Vieira just held up slightly. Martins. Did it take a nick on its way through? I don't think it did, and it'll in the end just be a Cheshire ball. Referee just holding things momentarily to go and indicate that rolling foul. It's the first foul on the count of the half. Not threatening the 5. No danger of a 10-metre penalty, but added as a foul to the scoreboard. Lofted pass forward. June latches onto the end of the loose ball. June goes for goal alone, tries to take it upon herself that time. Martins makes no mistake, 3-0. Martins has a brace. Just robbed Cheshire of possession. As we see again on the replay, came in from the blind side there, didn't she, Martins? And simple finish in the end, 3-0. And that's perhaps more reflective of the first half performances heading towards the midway point. Tuna tried to set it back for Vieira, didn't come off though, and now Cheshire come forward on a counter-attack for themselves. Sampson. Martins had to be saved. Priscilla Martins looking for a first half hat-trick. It's out for the corner. Opportunity perhaps here for Cheshire from the set piece. Jade Davies, the captain, has taken a position further down the line, but it didn't ever reach her. Mary Hayden, now Tune. Tune just worked the angle to get the shot in, but didn't have enough pace and power behind the strike to test the goalkeeper. Vieira, was she fouled there? Yes, she was. Lucy Scott, the offender. We're nearly at half-time then. And then Helvecia leading by 3-0. It could get better for them here as well. Vieira gets the goal directly from the set piece, but too high up and above the crossbar of Libby Wright. Scott. So Helvecia going in search of the ball in the area in their attacking third, Cheshire's defensive one, and that's how the third goal came about really for Helvecia, wasn't it, with Martins nipping in from the blind side of the defender. And I don't really recall much that the goalkeeper for Helvecia, Swift, has had to do in the first half. Certainly yet to be properly tested. A couple of efforts off target perhaps for Cheshire, but nothing more than that really. Davies with a runner over to the left. That's a nice diagonal pass. And good defending by Tune. Brilliant ball to pick out Sampson. Jade Davies with an excellent long diagonal that wasn't cut off. That passing line wasn't closed by Helvecia, and Cheshire nearly pulling one back before half-time. Sampson dispossessed that time. Can Tune keep it in? The goalkeeper was alert to the situation and was off the line out of the penalty area quickly to come and clean up any potential danger. Good goalkeeping. Vieira, Tune through the legs of the Cheshire captain Jade Davies, but through it went to the goalkeeper. .25 seconds until half-time. Tune. Cross to the left with Vieira on halfway. Looking to turn and skip away from two defenders in yellow. Kicking overturned, first time we've seen that in the game, but taken illegally right in front of the referee on the far side, Ian Vaines. Davies. Forward down the line, well held up, but a real option. Just did well in the end to feed the ball back to Davies. Got to be quick about things, Cheshire, with the clock ticking down towards the second post. How's that not been turned in? Well, it was a golden opportunity for Cheshire right at the end of the first half. And they'll be left wondering, really, how they aren't going in just 2 goals behind. But it is 3. And 3 that Helvecia have scored. 2 of them scored by Priscilla Martins, and a goal from Emma Tune via a cruel, wicked deflection in between. So there's the half-time score in the first game of 3 in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. It's London Helvecia 3, Cheshire 0. Welcome back then for the second half of the first game of 3 here in Chester, where the games are being played at Northgate Arena. And at half-time, it's London Helvecia leading Cheshire by 3-0. Goals coming in that first half, 2 scored by Priscilla Martins. Simple finishes, both of them in the end for her. As Helvecia come forward again here, and it's Martins again. And that's a hat-trick complete for the Helvecia number 9, Priscilla Martins. Just like that, right at the start of the second half. And Matune, the captain, the provider. And it's another simple finish really in the end for her. 3 for Martins, 4 for Helvecia. And a long way back now for Cheshire. Tune with the assist there was the player who scored the other goal for Helvecia in the first half, via the deflection off Gary Sampson. But 4-0 then. That goal coming inside the first 30 seconds after the restart. Oh, was that outside the area? It was, and there might be subsequent punishment here for the goalkeeper. And the colour of the card is red. It had to be. No decision really for the referee in Vanes. And well, that could be a big moment. As we take a look again at the replay, it was handled definitely outside the area. A hand of apology, but it wasn't going to stop the red card. It did stop the goal. It didn't need to really. Just lost the bearings perhaps, the goalkeeper there, Amy Swift. Outside the area with the handling of the ball. I mean, it had to be a red card, there was no choice. For the referee, as sympathetic as he might be. And it looks as though Priscilla Martins is going to be the Helvecia player to take on the role of standing goalkeeper. Well, it was all going so well for London Helvecia today. And that's dampened it somewhat, because a red card for their goalkeeper, who is the standing goalkeeper as well, really, Amy Swift. There's no Alicia Grimman today for Helvecia. Well then, it will be a free kick right on the edge of the area when we resume. Amy Swift shown red. Bit of drama in the game. And that's not what Helvecia would have wanted. They would have wanted it to be smooth right the way through to the finish line. But an opportunity perhaps for Cheshire to test Helvecia now in a way in which they didn't really in the first half. It's the first proper save she's had to make in the whole game there, I think, the goalkeeper Amy Swift. Don't recall her having to make a stop in the first half. And in the end, the one that she did have to save, she's done it outside the area. And it's the correct decision to give the red card. 2 minutes then. London Helvecia will have to play with 4 unless they concede, of course. Until 17:12 on the clock, they'll have to see out if they are to keep the clean sheet intact with just the 3 out-court players. Just played a cross, and again, but over the top, and Martins, having scored the hat-trick, is now between the sticks in goal, and presumably will be for the remainder of the game and pretty much the whole of the second half. It's been a lively first minute with the goal for Helvecia, and I'm sure when she scored it, Priscilla Martins didn't feel that she'd end up as a standing keeper just 30 playing seconds or so later. Trying to sneak it in at the near post there past Martins was Captain Jay Davies out for the corner. Just trying to pile the pressure on now, Cheshire. Miscue on the shot though. Well held up. Good challenge. I do wonder if that will be something that we see from Helvecia. We saw a little hint of them trying to play the standing goalkeeper. Martins as a fly goalkeeper, obviously accustomed to playing as one of the regular four. Oh, across to the second post, and that one is in. Not dissimilar to the opportunity which they failed to take right at the end of the first half, Cheshire. And that time, the touch off the woodwork takes it in. Nothing that the goalkeeper there, Martins, could do about it. And well, 4-1. Helvecia returning to the full complement with 5 back on the court. And 5 goals in the game now. 4 of them have gone to Helvecia. Still no real reason for them to panic. They can control the game once more with all 5 back on. But this 5 will have to see out the rest of the game. No more substitutes available for boss Enrique Guillen. Something that we've seen Helvecia struggle with in the men's tier 1 as well, not fulfilling the squads this season, and depleted today, and even further depleted after that red card. But on the right side of the scoreline, as they so often are when their women's team takes the court. Short that time from right. Long from the latest scorer, Cheshire's captain Davies, but back to the opposite skipper Tune. Keeper's ball. Emma Roden. Roden across from right to left to Davies. Kicking. That won't be an overturn on the kicking, just being told where to take it exactly from there was Davies, and the referee was indicating that before it was taken. Oh, nice ball. This is another chance, and one really which Cheshire should have taken. They might be left to rue these missed opportunities, Cheshire, because they really cut open the Helvecia defence there. And with only a makeshift goalkeeper in Priscilla Martins to beat, it was somewhat wasteful that Cheshire were unable to test her. Got to get those shots on target. That has to be the message you'd imagine from the manager, Richie Jones, at least. Sampson. Lucy Scott trying to make something of it for Cheshire. Down wide right, Vieira was bundled out of play, but the final touch coming off Vieira, and no foul. Maybe an opportunity again here for Cheshire. It is a save that time made by Martins, trying to kick-start the counter-charge quickly for Helvecia, but asking a lot of Captain Tune to get it under control. They're still in this, Cheshire, now. Although not with a pass like that, they won't go anywhere with it. It appears for handball, but nothing forthcoming in the way of the referee on the near side, who was positioned to make the decision, Ashley Spires. Might have touched the arm, but seemed to ricochet in a way in which the defender couldn't move out the way. Yeah, then we do see Martins playing as the fly goalkeeper, and it very nearly trickled all the way in there. Right, distributes long, but only to Tune. Tune up and over the halfway mark, trying to wriggle through a couple of defenders in yellow, but inside of play. We will have a timeout here, as called by the Cheshire boss Richie Jones. In a moment for them to try to tackle the problem that they face at the moment. Still 3 goals down. They have clawed one back with that goal against Helvecia with the 5v4 in the period after the red card, but still much work to do for Cheshire, and Helvecia very much still in pole position to go on and pick up 3 points. Being drilled into a little bit though, it seems, from Enrique Guillen, who has reason now to be not satisfied with all he's seen today. I certainly think he wouldn't have been satisfied with their previous result. Seems like such a long time ago now for them. Over a month ago it was, in fact, when they last played in Tier 1 and drew 2-2 with Bolton. Managed to come back to pick up a point, but it was a game which they would have expected to win going into it. Bolton have since been beaten by Birmingham. Again, we saw live on BT Sport 1 with the continued coverage on BT Sport this season. Back to the action following that timeout, and final touch there, taking it behind for the corner. Hacked clear, but to nobody in particular for Cheshire, and all the way through to the goalkeeper. Here's Tune. Good ball up and over halfway. Kicking. Martins this time taking a position on the near side to the court side camera. Helvecia still probing them in search of more goals, although of course we do see, oh well, as it's played in there, it's turned in by O'Shea. And I was just about to say that Cheshire might have had an opportunity to score if the net was left empty. It's that risk and reward for Helvecia, and in the end they get their rewards from it, with O'Shea turning in from close range. Helvecia assert their dominance once more, and that's 5-1. Tune. Really good goal in isolation that for Helvecia, using the fly goalkeeper well. Tune, that time though firing the ball against her teammate Vieira. That might settle any nerves that were starting to creep in, if they were, for Cheshire. This is Mary Hayden. Vieira. Well wide that time. Struck short and backwards, and well, it came off the goalkeeper, but it's the correct decision to not award the indirect free kick because it wasn't intended for the goalkeeper there. Albeit it did come back off the goalkeeper after her initial distribution, and it could have proved to be a bit of a disastrous moment for Cheshire, but good call from the officials, sensible. Davies taking on the responsibility, and doing so she wins the kick in, but really deep inside Cheshire's own half. Still Helvecia look to press high and keep Cheshire camped in here. Ball forward though bypasses those first 2 Helvecia defenders. Again, not past Tune though, she's been as solid as ever for Helvecia. Scots. Might be bundled all the way through, and in the end it was Martins as the goalkeeper for Helvecia who dealt with the danger. No Charlotte Gurd today for Helvecia, who so often links up so well with Emma Toon, but doesn't seem to have detracted from the quality of performance from the Helvecia captain, that's for certain. Sampson. Good defensive intervention. Shot at goal is turned behind for the corner. Oh, and it's gone all the way in. It's a goalkeeping error from the standing keeper. You would have expected her to clear that one away if she was just a defender on the line, but through the legs, and well, you can see the disappointment for Helvecia. They can see it again. Lucy Scott this time with the goal. 5-2. Davies felt that that decision should have gone her way, but it hasn't. Martins out of net again. Helvecia scored the last time she did that, but this time they've given the ball away, and the long-range strike presented the opportunity for a split second there for Cheshire with the net free, but well wayward of the target, and Toon was back there nonetheless. Still have over 13 minutes to play until this one comes to its conclusion. Still plenty of time for Cheshire. They'll need 3 goals without any Helvecia response if they are to take anything from the game, and that perhaps seems the most unlikely factor in it all. Kicking for Cheshire. Have struggled in the majority of the game so far in this Tier 1 campaign, Cheshire. I think that's certainly fair to say after their promotion from Tier 2. Well, today again without Kirsty Corral, who was such a big player for them last season, but as Helvecia break forward again, they that time can't inflict further pain on Cheshire because the option of the past perhaps wasn't quite the right choice of a player over to the left. Doesn't get any easier for Cheshire either. They'll next face Birmingham next weekend at St George's Park. So the difficult tests keep on coming for them. Good save. Turn that one behind. Likewise, another difficult game on the cards for London Helvecia as they'll face Bloomsbury in what could prove to be a crunch clash. That one will be live on BT Sport 1 a week today. Toon. That one did take a slight deflection off Larissa Vieira. Hence the decision going the way of Cheshire. Right there, just communicating to teammates further down court. That's the first defender in the form of Vieira, but then only against a teammate, and the strike towards the second post wasn't far away from creeping in itself. better moments in the second half for certain for Cheshire. But ultimately still at the same margin between the teams as it was at half-time. 3-0 at the break, now 5-2. Tune there was possibly one of her first mistakes in the game as the kicking's overturned. Richie Jones not happy, a bit of the dark arts, if you like, for Helvecia as they prevented that kicking being taken quickly to allow time for Martins to get back in net. Linton punished. Here's Tune with Martins forward again. Hayden. All given away, the goalkeeper's still in the attacking half. Martins wins it back though, important intervention. Vieira. Wayward. You'd ask the question if there's a need for Helvecia to go on and go in search of further goals, or given the situation that they find themselves in, playing with no regular goalkeeper and so often bringing Martins out, whether they can just use that to run the clock down somewhat. Would certainly give them more of a control of the game, and I'd imagine it would be unlikely that they concede 3 from it, but still Cheshire with the chance. Vieira though, forward here as Helvecia do go in search of more, but they've given the ball away again. Risky. Helvecia got bodies back. Here's O'Shea. O'Shea with Hayden to her left. Tune. Vieira. Back to Emma Tune. The more possession that Helvecia have, the quicker the time will tick away. Cheshire kicking. Mentioned in the first half, but indeed Tina Ellis won't play any part of the game. No involvement today for her with an injury on the sideline here in support of her teammates, but not able to contribute on court. Appeals for handball, but nothing coming the way of the officials. Across towards the second post, Hayden just opting to keep possession though. Tune. Oh, it's against the upright and it cannons back off the left-hand post and out of play. Out of the penalty area it comes, I should say. "10 minutes to play, not 10 seconds, as the scoreboard reads at the moment. Apologies for that. There we go, 10 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Martins in for O'Shea. Martins still lurking, and Wright gets the strike in. 2 Helvecia defenders back there to cover the goal anyway. Maybe just a little bit of naivety about the way that Martins went in search of that loose ball there. He's probably never going to be able to score from that, and maybe given the situation might have been better off just retreating back. Next goal in the game is crucial, and from a Cheshire perspective they'll be hoping it comes soon their way. Won't make inroads with a pass like that though. Poor. Tune. Nice parallel, but nothing coming from it that time as Martins is forced to retreat back again. It's hard work that. Kicking this time is Helvecia's from the right. Vieira there actually being moved forward a couple of yards. You usually see it the other way round. Nice forward pass. Here's Hayden. Her first touch just let her down there, Mary Hayden. I'm disappointed with that one in actual fact, because it was a nice pass to her which found a bit of space in the corner of the court. Just got a shot of the Birmingham head coach, like I was saying. He'll be in charge of his Birmingham side in action later today. Their involvement in the game up next. 3:30 kick-off for that one. Well, nice skill from Vieira. Just a kick in though, nothing more for Helvecia. Davies there looking to try to cut off the passing line and force Tune to play left, not right, and she obliges. Here's Vieira. Martins happy to keep possession. Passes have to be crisp and with pace though. Can't afford for any loose passes. Cheshire is so often a half-court defence team, but they'll need to try to win the ball back somehow. That's a good ball across from Vieira. Might open up an opportunity to score again for Helvecia. That time they do finish the move, and it will allow for Martins to get back. Much better control about that 5v4 play there for Helvecia. Team much more under their spell, but that time the ball runs away from Vieira, and the ball now back with Cheshire. Looking that time for the run of Helen Can, number 4 for Cheshire, on the near side of the picture at the moment. Ever present in the Cheshire squad so far this season, Helen Can. In fact, Cheshire have only used 9 players amongst their squad this season, so it's a very tight-knit group that they have, but difficult when you don't have a full squad for any of the match weeks. Given away to Vieira. Good challenge though to dispossess initially. Here's Tune. Tune, it's another deflection, and it comes all the way through, and it is in. And well, I mentioned that the next goal could prove to be an important one, and it's gone the way of Helvecia to probably, most likely, now cement their big 3 points. It's another deflection, which takes it through, that time coming off the back of Emma Roden. We saw in the first half Tune's strike was deflected in via Sampson. That time Roden was the unfortunate party, and a simple finish in the end to make it 6-2. Never impossible, certainly given the fact that Helvecia don't have a regular goalkeeper on court, but highly improbable still that Cheshire will now manage to claw this one back. It's very much a mountain to climb for them. And just gifting possession back there to Helvecia, really. Very wasteful from their kicking. Vieira to Tune. Cheshire now maybe looking to be a bit more adventurous and try to go in search of the ball in a higher area, but Vieira there uses her body superbly. Managed to get in between the attacker and ball there to just shepherd it behind for this goal clearance. Helvecia kicking. Training exercise now for Helvecia with the practice of the fly goalkeeper 5v4 routine. It's not something that they usually have to be forced into, really, given the way in which they so often control games. We don't see it from them too much. Not the full fly. Hayden back across. This is O'Shea. Side netting. But yeah, granted that we see Helvecia use the goalkeeper as an escape, perhaps from a deep line kick in, but for a full-on fly routine, this is perhaps a little bit of a rarity. And we're seeing them use it to their advantage here to try to run the clock down and really kill the game off. Mentioned that Birmingham will be in action next. Their opponent, Southampton Aztecs, also just arriving. It's a long old trip for them today as that's rolled into touch. Gifting the ball back again for Helvecia. It's a tough enough task playing against a side with the quality throughout their ranks as London Helvecia, without making as many unforced errors today as Cheshire have. Going into the game, I'm sure Cheshire would have seen it as a bit of a free hit, if you like, for them. These aren't the games that are going to decide whether they'll stay in the top flight for next season or not, but it's another one that they've had to endure. Playing for pride now after they return to the court for this timeout. Was called on that kick in as the ball went into touch. Just 2 fouls in the half so far. Both of those have gone against Helvecia, one of which of course resulted in the red card. Seems like a long time ago, back in the half now, that the goalkeeper Amy Swift was shown red, and that was the disappointing thing really for Helvecia, and the fact that that's going to result in a suspension as well for their goalkeeper. I think the expressions there on the faces of the Cheshire players tell you the story, really. It's another difficult day at the office for them. Timeout minute complete then, and we have, what, just under 6 minutes left to play in this one to complete game 1 of 3 on this Saturday's action of the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. A slightly later kick-off than we're perhaps accustomed to. Just the 3 game today, but playing right through until about 7 o'clock. Here's Chu. Captain again dictating play from the back, bypasses the first defender. Trying to feed Mary Hayden there, but out of play again. Helvecia, who last year won the Women's Tier 1 League campaign with a perfect record, 7 wins from the 7 games they played, and just managed to pick Manchester to top spot. A disappointment for them though, of course, wasn't it, in the playoffs with the loss to Birmingham, and looking to bounce back this season. It's a long old season as well. Chu. Vieira this time in the fixed role at the back for Helvecia as Cheshire dropped deeper and deeper. Maybe in that timeout minute the message from Richard Jones was just damage limitation. Try to win the ball back when the ball is gifted to you like that and take advantage of it. That time they don't though. It's not a long range effort, and on a couple of occasions we've seen Helvecia give the ball away like that, not finish their attacking move. It's risky if the execution of the strike was more on point. Inside the final 5 now. Davies, June had to intervene there with the header. Goalkeeper I don't think would have got there. Denying the goal there was the captain, Tune. Right on 4 seconds there was Priscilla Martins, who bagged herself a hat-trick before being used as the standing goalkeeper. Here's Tune. Can Helvecia score again? Tune tried to look for Mary Hayden, who'd made the run to the back stick as Wright kick-starts this counter-attack. Wright, go all the way there. Martins, was she outside her area? The referee thought about it. It's allowed to continue though. Goalkeeper desperately tries to get back, and it's, well, end-to-end action, isn't it, with a counter on the initial counter-attack, and in the end, both sides escape without conceding, but all action. Well, if the goalkeeper's going gung-ho in search of further goals. Long-range strike again from Davies, but it was well wide that time. Keeper's ball, I believe. Yeah, it will be a goal clearance. Martin's having to retreat back to take. Forward it goes to Hayden. Vieira. Goalkeeper Martins can't play with it now. Tune again latches onto the loose pass. That's how it's straight at the goalkeeper. Comfortable take that time for Wright. Davies looked for support, got it, might break through again here to Davies. There's a Helvecia player down and the whistle's gone. Just need to be stopped for a concern of a head injury for Emma Tune. Was well positioned to make the block there, Tune, but took the brunt force of the strike, which was goal bound. Just regaining her bearings, Emma Tune, who was actually part of the travelling contingent who went to participate in the preliminary round of the Champions League, the men's side, in the preliminary stages of that competition in the summer. Coming oh so close, and Emma Tune was involved with that over the summer as part of the coaching team. Tune, she's bearing down on goal here, one-on-one, Tune! No mistake. It's another full Helvecia. Just robbed Jade Davies of possession there. Goalkeeper came out and spread herself. It was snuck in at the near post by Tune. They're giving the ball away again here, Cheshire, and might be an opportunity for Helvecia to inflict further damage on them. Well defended in the end, though, to recover the situation. 3-0 it was at half-time. We've had a whole host of goals in the second period. 7-2 now to Helvecia. Tune. Cheshire players being left down on the deck. Back to her feet now. Vieira across to Hayden with all the space in the world, and Martins again. This time it cannons off the crossbar and out. Getting close to some break there, Helvecia. It is 7-2 to the London side, not 2-1 to Cheshire as the scoreboard at the moment reads. Apologies for that. Always given away there to Tune, and the net's empty, but Tune this time trying to just feed the ball into the empty net. Seemed to be an easier opportunity than the one she took just moments ago, but wide. off target. 1 minute 17 seconds to play. 7-2 to London Helvecia is the scoreline. Davies this time sets it short for Sampson. Hayden was alert to it though and closed off any avenue of a potential shot at goal. Vieira, nice sole control to skip away from the initial defender. Had a play on the far side though, just crossing that sideline. Into the final minute we are. Vieira feeds it across again, and O'Shea adds another. And you can see the frustration from Wright, who bellows at her defending teammates, but it's another for Helvecia, and another goal there for O'Shea. Davies inside as Cheshire go in search of another consolation goal. Won't be anything more than that, that's for certain for them now. Will be a corner with the closing few seconds to play. But 3 points then it will be for London Helvecia, and 3 points which will take them to second in the league standings. Just to put the pressure on Bloomsbury at the top of the table before they play later today. In action against Hartpury at 5:30. Martins with the long throw forward, and he'll be right on the end of it. Right, can't there have it back. There's the buzzer which sounds then, and the referee's final whistle. That is the end of the 40 minutes of action. 10 goals scored in the game, 8 of them going the way of London Helvecia, and a hat-trick in there as well for Priscilla Martins, before after a red card for the regular goalkeeper Amy Swift. Martins was in fact forced to play as the standing goalkeeper in that second half, but in the end it didn't really matter, and London Helvecia take back the 3 points on their travels home. It's full time in the first game of 3 in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series, and I can confirm the full-time score: London Helvecia 8, Cheshire 2. Hello and welcome back to the Northgate Arena in Chester, or welcome along if you're joining us for this one specifically. It's the second game of 3 today on this Saturday's action in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. Already today we've seen London Helvecia run out 8-2 winners over Cheshire, and now in this one it's Southampton Aztecas taking on Birmingham. There are the two teams, Birmingham WLV, last year's champions in the playoffs, having beaten the league winners London Helvecia. Southampton managed to retain their Tier 1 status through the relegation bottom 4 playoffs, but are finding it difficult again this campaign, rock bottom of the league table again, and with no points to their name at the moment. We'll run through the two team lineups then as the two teams make their way out onto the court. Birmingham there, you might have spotted a new face amongst their ranks, Salma Simonin, who was such a big player for Manchester, only revealed as a Birmingham player today, but following Manchester Women's expulsion from the Women's Tier 1, Salma Simonin now part of Birmingham's squad. Here's the Southampton team. Lauren Saylor is in goal, Rebecca Moody, Nicola Curtis, Alicia Povey, Rebecca Tonks, Kaylee Tonks, Hannah Walker, Mo Delaney and Leah Harris. The coach is Will Wilson. Let's take a look then at the Birmingham side, coached as ever by Iqlaq Hussain. Here's their team. Starting in goal is the number 1 Adriana Kaboff. The rest of the starting 5 there are Sarah Hazel, Angie Morley, Annie Highway and Lindsay Glover. And then the substitutes for Birmingham today are the substitute goalkeeper Emma Dell, Chloe Dale, Selma Simonin, who starts on the bench, Marianne Lennon and Arwa Hazam. Your referees for this one are head referee Ashley Spire, second referee Nzube Ntube, and the timekeeper is Ian Vaines. Two captains there coming together to undergo the final pre-match preparations. Lauren Saylor, the almost ever-present goalkeeper for the Aztecs and skipper. Birmingham's captain is Angie Morley. Well, on paper, this one, I think all would expect Birmingham to go on and win, but games aren't played on paper, they're played on court, and on court strange things happen. Could Southampton spring an upset? Let's see. It's a tough ask for them, that's for certain. They have shown promising signs in some of the games they've played, maybe been a little naive in the way in which they've gone about using the fly goalkeeper, but less so this season. And with Alicia Povey available to play today, she's been in and out of the Southampton side. Always a goal threat, from Reading Rolls in the summer. So then the two starting 5s out onto court. And we're moments away from getting underway to start the first half of game 2 of 3 in Chester. Referee's whistle goes and we do begin. It's Birmingham who get the ball moving. Angie Morley. There's Highway. So impressive last time out for Birmingham. Annie Highway in the way in which she played in the pivot role, and she started in that same position again today for Birmingham. Lost at that time though, and Povey was trying to make something of the counter-attack for Southampton. Clear pass there looking for Nicola Curtis, wearing number 8 for the Aztecs, but it's miscontrolled and out of play on the far side. Glover. Forward ball there to Morley, it's against the post, but it's fired in on the follow-up, and on the rebound, Sarah Hazel on hand for Birmingham. Amongst the goals again, Birmingham, Sarah Hazel, after initially the captain was denied. Brilliant touch to bring it down through the legs of the goalkeeper, but against the post, and there we see on the replay a simple finish in the end for Hazel. And just like that, it's 1-0, and not the start at all that Southampton were hoping for. Definitely the opening to the game that Birmingham wanted. No Alicia Miller amongst the Birmingham ranks today. She was the league's top goal scorer last season with 13 goals in the 7 games she played. Not available for Birmingham today. That'll be a blow, but no problem in scoring early on in this, and Sarah Hazel, the player to get that goal. Saylor looking to pick out the long diagonal. Moody was sliding to desperately try and get any contact on it. The ball's returned back to the goalkeeper Adriana Kaboth. Birmingham, who beat Bolton last time out in their last league fixture, which was played live on BT Sport 1. Showcase for the talents, and well, that was very nearly a splendid goal from Glover. Allowed the ball to come across her body, and actually taking it on with the left as it was set by Hazel for the strike. Brilliant camera angle right behind that as Glover smashed the strike in. Bang, and it might have took a little deflection off Moody, an important intervention if it did. Needed to Birmingham set piece, so that's what the officials feel. Well, that was destined for the top corner, wasn't it? Forward here looking for Moody, but well intercepted there by Glover. Morley trying to feed the ball back across to Glover again. Glover! Hart just cut underneath it a little too much that time, and it was above the crossbar there for goalkeeper Lauren Saylor. Saylor opting to distribute long, and found a little bit of space there, Rebecca Tonks. Birmingham not closing off that direct passing line through from the goal clearance. Didn't come to anything though there for the Aztecs. Morley. Good goalkeeping, and it was kept in as well by Povey initially, but then on the clearance it's out of play on the near side. Still in the very early stages of the game so far. Less than 3 minutes played, but Birmingham already ahead, and courtesy of that Sarah Hazel goal. Bit of a miscue there by the Birmingham pairing of Morley and Hazel, but they can laugh about it now. It wasn't what they were intending for. Povey ends up on the deck, but the game goes on. Southampton still in possession. Threatening here, and a shot to goal which had to be saved by Kaboth. Not the most difficult stop she'll ever make, but she had to get down quickly. Curtis to Rebecca Moody. Moody spins away from the initial pressure, but then runs into trouble in the form of Annie Highway. Highway to Hazel, digs out the shot again. Close. Champions will here be looking for a better set piece than the one that they failed to execute last time. Sarah Hazel this time to take the corner. Back he goes to the corner, taking Hazel, and it's bouncing around. Really never seemed to have that one under control. Forward to Povey in the pivot role, she didn't either. Here's Hazel again over halfway. Really lively start to the game. It cannons back off the crossbar. Very close there, Sarah Hazel, to doubling Birmingham's lead and doubling her goal tally in the game as well. It's a very open start in what we've seen so far. Is that a foul? It looked like it. And indeed, the first foul of the game goes against Birmingham and in favour of Southampton. Foul there on Rebecca Tonks. Tonks assisting the options, goes wide left for Moody, but poor pass that time. Kicking for Southampton, Birmingham just running out of room on the far side. Mentioned in the first game earlier, but if you just join us for this one, this is somewhat of a smaller court than perhaps the players in the Tier 1 of the Women's FA National Futsal Series would be used to playing though. Seems quite tight and compact. Means we've got all action as the strike there is fired goal bound by Rebecca Tonks, who feels that should be a corner. And much to her bemusement, neither of the officials agree. Referee on the far side, I think, saying it was the responsibility of the near side official, and two-way to make that call. Over on the end of the throw out, but only ends up back with the goalkeeper. Here's Povey, did manage to keep that one in. Hazel was appealing that he'd gone out, but didn't look that way. Here's Highway, feeds it across to Glover, against the upright again. This time it rebounds back off the keeper's left post, and Kaylee Tonks is set away on the counter-attack. Tonks just running to a bit of a cul-de-sac in the corner of the court, but really bright start. Well, we're still inside the first 5 minutes, as you can see there on the official scoreboard of the clock inside the arena. 15:30 still to play in this first period. With the clock, of course, stopping every time that the ball goes out of play. Glover. Here's Highway. Looking to use the defender to spin away from and get the shot in, but Birmingham got bodies ahead of the ball there and could have proved problematic. It might do now. Moody plays the pass left for Tonks. Brilliant stop by Birmingham's Portuguese keeper Kaboff. Glover was the attempted target at the end of that pass, but it didn't reach Lindsay Glover, and Povey in the end ends up down on the deck. But it's end-to-end action really, and Southampton threatening Birmingham's goal. Morley not happy with something there on the Birmingham bench as she's replaced. Chloe Dale is on for Birmingham, and joined midway through the season after it began. Birmingham need bodies back again, but in the end the ball did the work for them and runs off the court out of play. A moment's respite after Southampton have been somewhat upping the pressure a little. And I think the frustration on the bench for Birmingham's captain Antonelli was with the anguish of an injury that she looks to have picked up on her left leg. Here's an opportunity for the Aztecs, but it's straight out to Boff that time. Rolls the ball out to Dale. Options both left and right. Instead just opting to keep possession and build once more. Highway turns away from Tonks. Highway across to the second post. Really nice Birmingham move, but it wasn't finished by Glover. Hazel trying to desperately force it in as both sides appeal for the decision. Birmingham coming close to number 2, but denied again. Really good watch this one so far. Certainly been a much higher pace and intensity to the game than the one we saw earlier. Here's Simonin with her first touches in the Birmingham colours. Towards the second post, looking for Simonin, this Glover. Actually played against Birmingham on the opening match day, did Selma Simonin. Just a subsequent withdrawal. Is that handball? It was, as it's given against Sarah Hazel. She feels, I think, that her arm was close to the body, but referee perfectly positioned to make the call. Here we see again, yeah, maybe just slightly away from the body there, Sarah Hazel, and Albeit it was difficult to get out the way of. It's probably the correct decision to award the Southampton free kick. High that time from Rebecca Tonks. Hazel. Dale. Forward ball here to Simonin. Simonin in dangerous area, twisting, turning, cuts it back to Dale, and there's Glover. And that's a brilliant Birmingham goal to make it 2, and there's a bit of an inquest as well in the Southampton defence, but what quality play with Simonin involved as well as Dale, and then it's finished by Glover at the back stick. As we see again on the replay, that's an inch-perfect pass to find Glover, who then had the simplest of finishes. And that's 2-0 to Birmingham. Pure quality about that goal. Maybe an opportunity here though down the other end for Southampton. It was a chance for them, a chance which they didn't take through Tonks. It's still very lively, very much a high tempo to the game as Kaboff enjoyed that one with a good stop to deny Kaylee Tonks once more. She's been at the forefront of most things good for Southampton so far, Kaylee Tonks. Kicking turns into a corner here for Southampton. It's taken short. Off it goes to Tonks, who was the corner taker, into a dangerous area, and lurking there was Leah Harris, as well as Walker, who was involved prior to that. Kaylee Tonks takes it quickly, looking for the give and go with her sister Rebecca Tonks. Past that time by Simonin. Loose. Sailor up and over halfway into the attacking half. Tonks. And you get the decision with Tonks just running out of space. Here's Glover. Hazel. To the feet of Simonin, back to Hazel. Important intervention by Walker, who positioned herself well defensively, but it's Birmingham kicking. Glover with the strike. Never going to test the goalkeeper. We're taking something special from that sort of distance. Here to Kaylee Tonks, set back for Walker. Walker just trying to bring the ball under her spell, but it ran away from her. Simonin to Lindsay Glover. Simonin's forward ball, but on the end of it was Rebecca Tonks. Glover across to sweep up as the covering defender. Really good game this so far, and Southampton are well in. Kaylee Tonks needs to ball past though, and to nobody in green. But I think there's much to be content about for Southampton's manager Will Wilson. Kaboff can't have that back again inside her own half. Hazel was alert to the situation, but got back in time to prevent the kicking. Again, just running out of room on the far side there, though, Rebecca Tonks, and nothing coming of it for Southampton after winning the ball back. Still inside the open quarter of the game. With 4 seconds to distribute inside her own half, just so down the line to Hazel. Keeper The sailor for the Aztecs was across quickly and just sees the corner. Dale. Delivers forward, ball to Hazel. Turned behind. And a save from the goalkeeper, Sailor, using her right leg to do so. Time the corner's cut all the way back for Glover, who was arriving late onto it. It's a quick throw out again. The pressure only coming back down the other end of the court. It's Simon in, and oh, how's that not been turned in by Hazel? Very close to a third Birmingham goal, but not to be that time. Simon in, who played the right pass with the ball across to Hazel, but unable to turn in. Here's a replay of the give and go to completely bypass the defender. It's just maybe slightly behind the run of Hazel, Birmingham's first scorer in this one, and maybe that was the reason why she didn't get her second, but a golden chance. Hazel herself ended up in the net, but the ball didn't, and just 2-0 it stays. Moody takes over, lofts it forward, looking for Nicola Curtis, but too much on it. Just overcooked the lofted pass. Glover taking on the role at the back for Birmingham as the fix, with Andrew Morley still amongst the substitutes, having gone off with an injury concern. And look to see if she'll be involved in any of the plays. Back to her feet on the far side, so that might be a sign that she will be. Left the ball there looking for Glover, who had made her way forward, but the goalkeeper quickly starts the counter-attack again. Simon was back there and did enough to maybe put the Southampton player off before Kaboff was alert to it and clears away. So much action in the opening 10 minutes, but just the 2 goals. And they've both gone Birmingham's way. Southampton certainly haven't been without their chances though. Notable opportunities for Rebecca Tonks, a couple of those. Kaboff with a couple of decent saves to deny Southampton getting on the scoreboard so far. Fired there against any highway out of play on the far side. Curtis is on the end of it. There's a player over towards the second post, but hasn't found. And the ball that was played by Curtis was more of a shot than the pass. Walker was waiting. Wasn't certain about that, but in the angle we had, you could see that it was never really going to trouble her. Morley is now back on for Birmingham. Remember a game a few weeks back now against Worcester, Hartpury as I should say, formerly known as Worcester. Birmingham came back from 2 goals down to draw 2-2, and Andrew Morley really soldiered on with an injury that day. Birmingham were very depleted. Not one to want to miss out on the action, that's for certain. Here's Glover. Ball clearance. Moody's ball forward is hopeful more than anything else. Southampton still here dropping off to a half-court defence. Hazel, Highway, not pressured still. Even allowed ball in an attacking area there. Here's Morley. Trying to pick the pass to Hazel. There's a hand of apology there from Sarah Hazel, who wasn't quite on the end of the pass. Those 2 Birmingham players maybe not quite on the same page. But Birmingham can be happy so far. They find themselves 2 goals up, courtesy of the finishes from Hazel and Glover. Both simple, close-range conversions in the end. It's a good build-up play. That's a loose ball which is given this opportunity here for Highway, and it's been spilt by the goalkeeper and spilt in. Not one that she'll want to see back, Lauren Saylor, but Birmingham's Annie Highway adds number 3. Certainly struck it with venom, but it was straight at the goalkeeper really, and one that, well, 9 times out of 10, maybe more, you'd expect it to be saving. (3-0) then, and that's a very disappointing goal to concede for Southampton, just as they were steadying the ship somewhat and coming back into the game. Povey. Birmingham player adjudged to have got the ball in that challenge with Southampton's number 9. Moody across to Saylor. It's much better use of the goalkeeper there for the Aztecs. Timeout here being called by Southampton, with coach Will Wilson having handed that card in. Gives them a minute to just talk through things, but Birmingham at the moment will be happy, and even more so happy now that they've found that third. Work to do then for Southampton. It's a difficult ask for them, it always was going to be. Before the game they would have known that. Lost 9-1 in their last game, did Southampton, against Hartpury. Hartpury, who will see play league leaders Bloomsbury later on. That game still to come for you, with a 5:30 kick-off time for that. Plenty of action left in this game, before attention will turn to Bloomsbury and Hartpury later on. .7 minutes and 20 seconds to play when the teams return back out onto the court. 7 minutes and 20 seconds off the first half. Still 20 minutes more action. Playing the action, of course, after that. Towards the second post, that was a decent kick in. It bypassed the Birmingham defenders with the lobbed pass across. Better timing on the run to the back stick, and that could have been problematic. Marianne Lennon, the Birmingham number 9, onto court, but she's been dispossessed by her opposite member, and Alicia Povey, and it's another good stop by Kaboth. Unbeatable at the moment, the Birmingham goalkeeper, but the save tally is quickly racking up. Has been, when you consider performances, a tight first half so far, but the scoreline would suggest otherwise, and it flatters Birmingham a little. Moody. Curtis, good turn. Just wavered there though with Povey, who's helped back to her feet by Birmingham's Glover. And we will resume from the kick-in. Goals have been the problem really so far this season for the Aztecs. Top scorer Rebecca Tonks has herself only scored 2. Certainly haven't been easy to come by. Changing goal there, incidentally, for Southampton, with Mo Delaney on between the slits to replace Lauren Saylor. It was impressive in her opening game for Southampton, Mo Delaney, to challenge the captain of the women's team at Southampton, Lauren Saylor. Having made that mistake to concede the third goal, the decision there taken to replace Saylor with Delaney. Referee there for a moment, finding himself in the position on the touchline behind the goal, which is unorthodox to say the least. Just trying to allow room for the kicking to be taken, I think, as that time to play forward, looking for Povey, but straight through to the Birmingham goalkeeper again. Long throw out, oh, it's against the bar, but turned in on the follow-up. Well, it would have been a spectacular goal had it gone in the first time. The gloss just taken off somewhat after it cannoned back off the bar, but it was a route one direct ball which was prodded towards the goal, and nothing Delaney could do to stop it on the follow-up. Highway with her second, Birmingham's fourth, and this now is threatening to be a long afternoon's game for Southampton. To improvise, didn't she, initially, Annie Highway, to try to intricately turn the ball in, but then the chance presented itself on the rebound. It'd be slightly unfortunate in that respect, Southampton, that Highway was allowed a second bite at it. The goalkeeping error from Saylor to concede the first Highway goal. The other three Birmingham finishes in the end have all been very simple, in close proximity to the goal, and 4-0. It's a long way back now for Southampton. Just have to keep pushing, keep probing, keep trying and find a way through the Birmingham defence. That's a good ball up to Tonks. Tonks tries to turn away from Glover. She's after this to keep it in, and she's done exactly that. Glover from left to right across the Highway in search of a hat-trick now, Annie Highway, but won't get it with an effort like that time. Povey twists and turns away from Glover, but was forced wide and onto her left, and another save made by Kaboff. Highway's header trying to feed the ball into a dangerous area, but Curtis was there to sweep up. We're into the final 5 minutes of the first half now. Birmingham leading Southampton by 4-0. It's the second game of 3 we have to bring to you from Northgate Arena in Chester in the Winners' Tier 1 today. Highway with the kick in there, back to Glover. Curtis. Offloads to Moody, just the 2 fouls in the half so far, so no real danger of either side conceding a 10-metre penalty. Changes there for Birmingham as they keep things fresh with the substitute options available. It's the pleasures of having such a strong and deep squad, even without the talismanic Kalisha Miller. Pressing hard and trying to win the ball back off Tonks, but Rebecca Tonks has done well to retain possession. Here's her sister Kaylee. Forward to Povey. Good pivot hold-up play, and keeping of Southampton's. Alicia Povey there asking for the 5 metres. Delaney might have a shooting chance. It did. Did Kaboff get a touch on that? I thought so. And it will be a corner. Moody finds the strike in there from Tonks' delivery. And Simonin, brilliant ball across, but it was just behind the run again that time. This time for Birmingham, it was Angie Morley. And Simonin's pass earlier that fell just behind Hazel. Birmingham that time again unable to take advantage, but looking dangerous still, Birmingham. Delaney across here to Kaylee Tonks. Tonks towards the second post, and that was a golden chance for Povey, and Morley not happy that the ball was allowed to be played through. It was a good diagonal from Kaylee Tonks. And that, I think, is probably Southampton's best opportunity so far. Ball that time ends up into touch on the far side. Birmingham have it back. Only momentarily though, as Moore is robbed of possession by Povey. Povey into Tonks, and now to Kaylee Tonks. A good stop again by Kaboth, but Southampton posing questions and giving Birmingham problems towards the back end of this first 20 minutes. Simonin dispossessed, and the green shirts are streaming forward again. It's that final ball that's maybe lacking a little for Southampton. That final little bit of quality in front of goal to beat Kaboth. But they're creating chances, and that's certainly a positive sign. Morley. Simonin looked to be fouled. She was there by Tonks, who lunged desperately towards the ball in search of it, but instead caught Simonin. Genuine attempt to play the ball there from Kaylee Tonks, but just caught Birmingham's new signing. And it's going to be the skipper Morley who places the ball down and seems the obvious option to take. Hazel, if we look to the bench, just have to say, what do we do from here? Morley in conversation with Hazel, and it's left by Morley for Sarah Hazel, but fired against Povey. Good ball forward here to Dale. Hazel. Southampton kicking. Moody, Delaney gets on the bike after it, but can't keep it in, and it's out of play. Delaney having to get back quickly, and Kaboth tried to retrieve the ball at speed to maybe take advantage of the fact that the net there was left unguarded, but Delaney back comfortably now. Simonin. Simonin there, to go 1v1, but it's dispossessed by Tonks. Good challenge by Simonin to win it back. Simonin forward again with a nice step over, and then looks to feed it across for Hazel. Individual quality from Selma Simonin to burst forward with the ball at her feet there down the left flank, but nobody on the end of a teasing ball into the box. Hazel. Simonin drags the shot wide. Into the closing minute of the first half. Southampton looking for a goal back before the midway points. That will give them a boost going into the second half. Here's Morley though for Birmingham, weaving through. Morley with Simonin to her left. Might have been the better option for the pass there, and Birmingham needs to get bodies back. Southampton looking to get them forward, but Moody's pass is misplaced. disappointing one that from both sides' perspective, because Birmingham had the chance initially. If the pass was played left to Simonin, and then on the counter attack, Southampton likewise, but another misplaced pass, and that time the long throw out from Delaney doesn't fall to the intended target of Kaylee Tonks. But a good first half overall for Birmingham. Povey. Azor, Birmingham will need to be quick with the clock ticking down, and Tonks got back well. 3.5 seconds left before the buzzer goes. I'd imagine this would be a set and shot at goal, with Sarah Hazel in position to do just that. Hazel, close. Whisker away. Drop short to Moody, and that buzzer signals there to signal the end of the first half. An action-packed first 20 minutes, and so far so good for the reigning champions Birmingham. Southampton not without their opportunities in that first period, but Birmingham at the midway point lead by 4-0. Welcome back then for the second half, with Birmingham WRV leading Southampton Aztecs by 4-0 at the midway point. Goals in that half coming first from Sarah Hazel inside the opening minute, and then Lindsay Glover soon made it 2 before Annie Highway added 3 and 4. Underway again then, and it's Southampton who start the second half. They've got a lot of work to do, that's for certain. At bottom of the league table with no points so far from the games they've played. 4 matches played so far, 4 games lost, and it looks as if it's going to be 5. There's a couple of times we've seen players have to really take care about the way in which they place the ball down on the line. There's a player over there in Kaylee Tonks. Instead the shot was opted for. It's going to be an advantage that the referee tried to play. Good refereeing though to bring it back for the original infringement, as the outstretched arm of Rebecca Moody made contact with the ball. Handball. Morley. Her pass that time just slightly wayward of Sarah Hazel. Did have a couple of minutes off in that first half. Angie Morley with an injury concern, but looks okay now. Having run that off, here's Tonks, tries to use her skill to spin and turn away from Highway, but he's out of play. And just the kicking. Moody. Tonks. Sailor forward but falls back. Tonks. A good start though to the second half by Southampton. And they have to take the second half in isolation now, really. The game is more than likely gone from them if they manage to get anything from this game. It would be one of the best comebacks that I think the league has ever seen. Hazel. Morley. Glover forward to Hazel again, but the pass back inside wasn't to anyone in yellow and black for Birmingham. Moody. Looking there for the run of Leah Harris, the number 15 for Southampton. Her second appearance this season for the Aztecs. It's very much usually the same group of players that Southampton employ to their matchday squads, but 11 players used in total now across the season so far. That's been given away in a dangerous area. Hazel with the net empty. It meant that the area was dangerous to give the ball away to Birmingham, and the free kick. The referee's whistle goes for that infringement. First foul of the half then goes against Southampton. Hazel, that one wasn't quite what she was looking for. It's the second foul of the half actually, isn't it, after that handball. Into the side netting. That one won't triple club off. Glover. Away from Tonks, but only forced back. Rebecca Tonks wins the ball. Now Moody across to Kayleigh Tonks. Another promising moment for Southampton, which ends in despair. Hazel loses out there to Kayleigh Tonks. Was she caught by Hazel? She was. And where was the contact? Birmingham remonstrating with the officials that was just a coming together. Let's take a look on the replay. Yeah, definite clip of the heels of Kayleigh Tonks outside the penalty area for certain. Tonks fell into the area, but the contact definitely was outside, and it's the right call from the referee. Hazel there, though, escaping any further punishment. We saw a red card shown in the first game, one which left referee Ian Vaines, the timekeeper for this game, with no real choice but to send off the Helvecia goalkeeper Amy Swift with a handball outside the area. Denial of a goal-scoring chance, and well, there Southampton managed to score. No denial of that opportunity. Hazel on the line couldn't do so, and Southampton claw one back. Rebecca Moody, the scorer. It took a nick on its way through before it reached Hazel. 4-1. Southampton do register. Can they now build any momentum from here? The Aztecs, not with that, as Hazel does well to win the ball back initially and then subsequently wins the kicking. Just a slight stoppage in play as the referee wants a word with a couple of players off the ball. Sarah Hazel is going to be replaced here for Birmingham, and Selma Simonin is back on. Referee not happy with the taking of that kick, and I think just wanting Glover to wait for the whistle. Glover finally does take the kick in across to Adriana Caboth. Back it goes to Glover. Simonin skips away from the first challenge, forward again to Glover. Glover, this is a nice Birmingham move across the face of goal, but just inches away from the run of Simonin at the back stick. Birmingham looking to restore their full goal lead that they had at half-time. That's been taken from them, still very much in pole position to go on and pick up 3 points, but Southampton trying to build themselves some momentum in this second half. It's been a much improved display. Although, having said that, they definitely did create chances in the first half, didn't they? Southampton, and the difference really is the fact that they've prevented Birmingham's attacks and taken one of their own. Rebecca Tonks. Here's Moody, the Southampton goal scorer. Moody again. Good challenge by Highway. Simonin's to her right. Highway skips past Tonks. Across looking for her teammate there, Simonin, but good goalkeeping by Saylor, who's back on in this second half in replace of Delaney, who enjoyed a spell on court towards the back end of that first half. Oh, robbing possession there was Rebecca Tonks as Simonin was dispossessed. Tonks there, I think, with a bit of confusion as to which line we were playing to. It is the lighter red line than the darker one in court. Moody with a strike that deflects kindly through to Adriana Caboth. Birmingham, they're somewhat riding their luck with the chances that they are presenting to Southampton. And I said it would be something of a special comeback if Southampton were to mount it, but it's looking more likely now. Still, of course, a very difficult ask for them. They need 3 goals without response from Birmingham, and it's difficult to see Birmingham not scoring in the remaining just under 15 minutes to play. But there's plenty of time, that's for certain. Moody straight at Kaboth that time, and Kaboth gets that one all wrong with Saylor lurking out of goal. Haley Tox, Birmingham retreating back to halfway. Dropping even deeper there momentarily, Birmingham. There's Povey for Southampton. Can't catch the ball from crossing the near side touchline to the camera position, court side at Northgate Arena in Chester. It's a long journey, isn't it, for Southampton to have travelled. Oh, the header there on the end of it, and Moody was on the end of the header, goal bound. Good long ball forward again. It was route 1 for Birmingham. That was their route to goal in the scoring of the 4th. Birmingham kick in. Deflection, they will take it out for another Birmingham kick in, this time from wide right. Morley sets it for Hazel, and that was close. Great camera angle on that again with the shot right behind the ball, and you could see the swerve as it bent towards that top corner. Would have been some goal. Caught it sweetly, didn't she there, Sarah Hazel, but just a whisker away. Moody leaves him in on the deck. It might break back again here for Southampton. Didn't. Glover has it for Birmingham. Simon in, nice footwork. Glover again takes it on, and Glover scores. That's her 2nd of the game and Birmingham's 5th. Just stops in its tracks any potential Southampton comeback as Birmingham score. Might be another opportunity again here for Birmingham. Someone in with the pass across to Hazel. But utter abolishment now, it seems, of any seeds of doubt that Birmingham might have had. Someone in foul, Birmingham with the free kick. 5-1 to Birmingham is the score. Hazel forward to Glover, nice set piece as Glover was there as the runner past the 2-player Southampton defensive wall. Simon in, the goalkeeper's left the net and guarded again, but Southampton win it back, and it's a good stop by Kaboth. Hazel managed to keep that in and skip past the defender, but Morley wasn't able to make any contact with it. Hazel went sliding in. Simonin, good defending. Here's Glover. Quads it forward down court. Maul is struggling with an injury, but Southampton in no mood to put the ball out and keen to play on. Simonin, she's lost her footing then, and now she's down on the ground as well. Birmingham really depleted with just the two defenders back there, plus Kabov. They managed to deal with it. Maul is off once more, and Chloe Dale replaces her. Simonin's okay. Walker to Nicola Curtis. Frustration again there for Southampton, and at 5-1 it stays. Simonin. Dale to Hazel. Appeals for handball, and it was a little bit of a delay on the whistle, but the free kick given for the handball infringement nonetheless. Birmingham with a clever set piece last time. What can they work from this one? Oh, nice Birmingham set piece. Back across it came rather to Selma Simonin, but she wasn't able to take the chance. 4-2 is the foul count against Southampton in this half. Simonin. Runner over on the left, and it's Curtis. And it's another opportunity for the Aztecs, but one that they again don't take. No Laura Ingram today for Southampton, no Amy Maidment. Another opportunity here for them though through Tonks, and again, strikes that they don't take. Birmingham not happy there, and Kaboth remonstrating with the officials because it's been brought back for a restop. Not exactly sure why the referees stopped that, as Birmingham looked to counter. Whether there was a signal of a corner perhaps, and then an overturn maybe. It was definitely a goal clearance with the double ricochet, and it came back off the Southampton player. It's all okay really, given the circumstances and the 5-1 scoreline, but in a tighter game you might have been a little more frustrated if you were Birmingham and the counter-attack was stopped for that. Curtis. Glover slams that clear. As the sounds there to signal the timeout after the card was handed in by Southampton's manager Will Wilson. So a minute for them to just talk over things. 5-1 down they find themselves. Birmingham with a very healthy looking cushion still intact. But certainly the second half display from Southampton in isolation has been much more promising for them. The latest goal, though, Birmingham's latest goal scored by Glover, just really put a stop to any potential comeback that Southampton might have had. Earlier today we saw London Helvecia beat Cheshire by 8-2, and still to come we'll have Bloomsbury and Hartpury, who will face off at 5:30, which is the kick-off time for that one to round off the day's play. Just a reminder, no action from the men's Tier 1 tomorrow, so this is your day of futsal fix this weekend. Tonks to Sailor. Moody into Walker. Just got beneath the ball too much there, and if she hadn't, then that could have been another route to goal. Highway. Into the final 10 minutes now then, the final quarter of the game. You'd suspect that there's still more goals to come. Whether that be in the form of consolations for Southampton or Birmingham extending the scoreline further, we'll see, but very much unlikely that the overall result will be changed. Southampton looking to try to work something here from this kick in, with Povey setting it back to the original kicking taker Moody. Povey again in a closed off area there though. Kaboth scored a superb long range strike, similar to that with the net empty in the end of season playoffs last campaign for Birmingham, en route to victory. Target that time though as Sailor finds herself outside the area. Well, it's a handle as Amy Swift did for Helvecia earlier. Sailor stayed down momentarily with some clear pain, but she's back to her feet. Highway skips away from the defender but runs out of room. She ran out of court and run the ball out. Moody turns away under pressure. Still Birmingham there pressing high. We've seen them interchange between that high press or drop off half court defence across the course of the 30 minutes just over that we've played. Dale. Birmingham get the corner. Southampton here defending in a very rigid box, 2-2 style defending from the corner. Katie Tonks out to pressure Dale as the ball went back to her, and it ends up in the arms, the grateful arms of Lauren Sailor. Povey fell but not fouled. Highway. Had to be saved. Glover back for Highway, but well wayward of the goal. Bit of miscommunication there between two of the Birmingham camp, and Kaboth did her best to keep the ball in. Southampton set piece. Back for Moody to strike, and strike she did, but only against the Birmingham defender in Marianne Lennon. She's seen limited court time today, but on for her second spell now. Up next for Birmingham, they'll face Cheshire, who are struggling likewise as Southampton in the league so far this season. So another opportunity that Birmingham will see to pick up 3 points. That game will be on BT Sport. Southampton, on the other hand, they have another tough task against Bolton next week as they take to the BT Sport stage at St George's Park. Highway, Lennon's over to the right, but Lennon just unable to reach it in time, maybe just caught on her heels a little. Didn't seem to fully commit to that ball across. It was begging to be turned in for Birmingham's 6th. Stays at 5-1. Lofted ball forward is met in the air by the head of Annie Highway. There's an opportunity for Southampton, and again they don't take it, and it's those sorts of moments that, if they are to remain in Tier 1 come the end of the season, they'll need to start being more clinical with. It's the story week in, week out really for Southampton. They don't have problems in creating chances, it's the final clinical edge in taking them that maybe they do. Sailor forward again. Through the legs of Sumanin, but to nobody else. Sumanin. Venom behind the strike, but Glover wanted it to her left. Lindsay Glover, who's now just 1 goal behind the league's top scorer this season. Glover, Simonin forward to Glover again, but she wasn't on the end of the pass. Here's Simonin. Simonin gets past the defender and it's turned in at the far post by Hazel. Needed to make sure that it was definitely going in. But that goal really all about the quality of Birmingham's new signing, Selma Simonin, to provide the diagonal to the second post, and Hazel of the easiest of jobs to turn it home. It's a brace apiece now for Sarah Hazel, Lindsay Glover and Annie Highway to make it 6 for Birmingham. Taking the game that step further away from Southampton. Simonin rounds the goalkeeper. Simonin, can she force it in? She can't. It's great defending on the line by Nicola Curtis to prevent that. Simonin with great skill initially to bypass the goalkeeper, but equally good defending to get back and just thwart the danger. Mo Delaney back on in goal for Southampton. 6-1 Birmingham lead. Hazel high that time. Still Southampton on 4 fouls. If they commit 2 more in what remains of this game, and Birmingham will have the opportunity, of course, from the 10-metre penalty mark. Moody. Options both left and right here for Rebecca Moody, and I'd argue that the better one was to the left. Either way, the execution of the pass wasn't on point. Oh, nice give and go into change play as Glover latches onto the end of the pass from Simon in. Another Birmingham chance. Off. Back there to nip it again with Simonin, and is this the chance that she scores? It is! Finally, Selma Simonin gets her opening Birmingham goal on debut. Well, she's come close on a number of occasions so far, but that time it seemed certain before she provided the finishing touch. 7-1, and Simonin amongst the goals. Good to see her back playing in the top flight of women's futsal after Manchester withdrew from the competition. Always felt that Selma Simonin was one of Manchester's star performers last season, and she's back on the big stage and back scoring goals. Forward again, and this is another Birmingham chance, and it's a good stop that time by Delaney. Morley denied, and this is probably the stage of the game where Southampton boss Will Wilson would plead for another time-out. He's used it already in this half. But the chances now just keep coming the way of Birmingham. And it's a bit of an onslaught. Again, Southampton defending this corner in a very unorthodox way. Straight though to Curtis that time. Curtis looking for the give and go. Good defending by Glover. Delaney just gets the ball stuck beneath her feet. Diagonal to Glover, another chance and another Birmingham goal, and again it's Simonin. 2 goals in quick succession for Selma Simonin. Birmingham taking advantage of a sleeping Southampton defence. Delaney gave the kicking away initially, and then Southampton didn't close off those lines for Birmingham to play through so simply. 8-1. Simonin here in search of a hat-trick. Delaney, good challenge, won the ball cleanly. Delaney lofts it forwards. Just hasn't happened today for Southampton in front of goal, apart from that one chance which they did take through Moody. Consolation only. As in truth, it always looked likely it might be. But again, with a tighter defence and a much more clinical edge in front of goal, it could have been a different story. They had chances in the first half, and that's the positive that they have to take from it moving into weeks ahead. Glover runs that one out of play. I mentioned in the game prior to this that it was probably seen as a little bit of a free hit for Cheshire against London Helvecia, and not the game that was going to decide whether they'd stay in the league or not. I think that's probably been a similar message beforehand for Southampton. Looking for Sarah Hazel. There's 4 Birmingham players now in search of a hat-trick, having scored 2 each. Glover, Hazel, Highway and Simmerdin. And just over 3 minutes for any of those players to find it. Highway trying to get hers and Hazel lurking towards the second post, but it evaded her. Closing minutes now then. That's a poor pass, giving it away to Birmingham again, and Hazel, it's against the bar again. Certainly not the first time that the woodwork's been struck in this one. A change of goalkeeper as well for Birmingham, as Emma Dell, the substitute goalkeeper, is on to replace Adriana Kaboff for the closing few minutes. She'll enjoy time out there on court. Glover. Birmingham dispossessed that time, and Southampton come forward again. And he was out again though, and Birmingham maybe try to spring the attack on the transition. Southampton have it back again. Moody. Into Povey. Tries to turn and shoot on her left, but Glover with a touch to take it away from Southampton's pivot. Moody forward, but to nobody in green. It's out of play, and Emma Dell will get her first touch since coming on. Dell rolls out to Hazel. Hazel all over the halfway line. That's a super goal. Sarah Hazel. Pure quality about the strike. Probably the pick of the bunch of the Birmingham goals in the game. Hazel completes her hat-trick. Look at that for a goal. No stopping that one. It flew past Delaney and into the top right-hand corner. 10 goals in the game now, and 9 of them have gone Birmingham's way. Tonks appeals for handball, but not given. Probably on the blind side of the referee. On the far side, Ashley Spires. Just over 90 seconds to play. Povey, still Southampton giving this all they've got, but in doing so they've left themselves vulnerable once more at the back. Dell, that's a misplaced roll out, but likewise was the pass from Povey, which goes straight to Hazel. Birmingham's endurance has just seen them take this game even further away from Southampton in the latter stages as well. Highway, option to the right in the form of Chloe Dale, but it was closed off by Walker. .4 seconds left on the clock to be precise, and it's their number 4 Birmingham's Sarah Hazel, who's probably been the star performer in scoring a hat-trick as well. Ola Hazen is on for Birmingham. Annie Highway stopped, but there's no decision being given by the referee. Birmingham felt that there was a handball, definitely. Furious at Birmingham, given the fact that they're 9-1 up. Delaney. Cross here for Walker and Tonks. Can they find another consolation, Southampton? No, not that time. Maybe here though through Povey. Povey turns away, and then Kaylee Tonks wasn't where the ball ran. And that should be that now, with Birmingham seeing the game out at 9-1. Southampton have done well to not concede a fifth foul, incidentally, but it's all a side story. And Birmingham with 3 points to respond to London Helvecia's win to open the day. Not time for a 10th for Birmingham. And there's the full-time whistle. The game, which was full of action and really burst into life right from the get-go in the first half. Chances galore and goals galore in the end as well, with Birmingham running out heavily on the right side of the scoreline. 9-1 the final score, as the champions take 3 points to respond to Helvecia's win earlier today. The final score then, it's Southampton 1, Birmingham 9. Welcome back to Northgate Arena in Chester for the final game of 3 in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. This Saturday's action coming to its conclusion with Hartpury taking on Bloomsbury. Two teams are out onto the court. Let's take a look at the two team lineups, starting with Hartpury. They have Rebecca Panniers between the sticks in goal. There's no Katie Christopher today for Hartpury. Sammy Hallsworth, Jade Grove, Holly Rogers and Amy Wathen making the rest of their starting lineup, while Fionn James is the lone substitute, coached by Paul McHugh. For Bloomsbury then, it's been so far so good for them this season. Top of the table with 3 wins from 3. Alice Harkness-Armstrong is in goal. Dana Mannack, Hannah Crackman, the league's top goal scorer. Tessa Long, Merce Portabella are their starting lineup, and the substitutes are Helena Scotland, Dahlia Sala, Estefania Salas, Paula Sanchez, Chelsea Perry, and a new name on the team sheet, Ava van der Vliet, coached by Liam Francis. Bloomsbury top of the table then, despite the fact that they last season found themselves in a difficult position. They'll be looking to return to the top of the table given Birmingham's win earlier today, which has just pipped them in the current standings. But before today's play, Bloomsbury had themselves a 2-point lead, and they'll be hoping to restore that against Hartpury, but they'll have other ideas. Hartpury third in the table before today, and would actually go above Bloomsbury if they were to beat them here, albeit Hartpury have played a game extra so far this season. So it's Hartpury in the red and Bloomsbury in their gold and black, and Hartpury get us started in the final game in the first half of 20 minutes action to bring to you before the interval. Well, referees for this game, by the way, are head referee Nzube Ntube and Ian Vaines. The timekeeper for this one is Ashley Spires, who have all been with us throughout today, taking it in turns as the timekeeper to oversee proceedings. Bloomsbury kicking from their right. Played back and then sent forward by Crackman. Now maybe an opportunity for Hartpury. Forward it goes to Grove. Big chance and a really good save by Harkness-Armstrong. Had to be alert to that. Maybe anticipated the pass across there, Harkness-Armstrong, but had to do the business in denying Grove, and that's exactly what she did. Good stop from the experienced shot stopper. Signed from Manchester in the summer. Did Alice Harkness-Armstrong, and proving her worth there. Crackman. Portabella. Bloomsbury, having survived that early scare, looking to try to make inroads in the Hartpury defence themselves. We've played the first minute. And a big chance, having come and gone for Hartpury, but maybe an opportunity here for Bloomsbury, just running the ball wide though and into a bit of a cul-de-sac by the corner. They will have a set piece from the right. Set for the strike towards Crackman on the follow-up attempt. Has that not been turned in? I'm not quite sure, as Tessa Leong comes close to scoring. Take a look at the replay as the strike went through. beggars belief how that wasn't 1-0. Couple of early chances then, one apiece, but still scoreless at the moment. Out of play on the near side, Hartpury with the kick in, it's sent long, looking for their pivot Jade Grove, who's so often so dangerous and poses so many problems to defences. Panniers drops it short. Long ball up to Grove. Just a loose touch though, which saw the ball escape her spell. Leong, nice ball forward, back it goes to Tessa Leong, and it's a good save this time by Panniers, and again on the follow-up, it's a fine double save. Still may be a chance, Crackman. And it ends up comfortably in the arms of the goalkeeper Panniers, but a great double stop there to deny Bloomsbury and Tessa Leong. Very lively start to this game as well. We saw that in the second game, not so much in the first, with London Helvecia, who went on to beat Cheshire by 8-2. Very much so in the second, with Birmingham's game against Southampton, 9-1 winners in that one, Birmingham, if you missed it. And then a similar start to this game, with the high tempo that it's being played at. Here's Grove. Bloomsbury kicking. Crackman plays a nice block there and then feeds the ball across as well to her teammate Tessa Leong, and it just fizzes wide of the far post via the touch on its way through. Corner. Bloomsbury with runners across, and in the end maybe a bit of miscommunication, as it was allowed to run all the way through, but nobody in gold and black waiting behind. Grove. Bloomsbury coming forward with body streaming forward here, and it's Crackman, but it's straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Gratefully gathers again, although that's a loose ball, it's given away, and it's another good stop by Panniers, who had to react quickly that time. Well, she's been on fine form so far. But Hartpury will need to cut out those unforced errors, certainly in areas in front of their own goal like that was. Panniers just felt the brunt force of that latest coming together. Okay though, and the game continues. Grove holding off the defender, tried to play the back heel down the line and bypass Dana Manak, but Manak's touch takes it out. Long range strike, and it was on target, had to be dealt with by Harkness Armstrong, who's kick-started this counter-attack. Harkness Armstrong went for the return pass, never came her way, and now she's forced to retreat. We're in for a really good game if it continues in this vein. Deflection, can Harkness Armstrong keep it in? Yes, is the answer. Crackman. Manak looking back for Crackman. Corner. No fouls in the game so far, which is perhaps surprising given the way in which the game's been played up until this point. High intensity and very much often counter-attacks, which is statistically where many of the fouls are committed. Runs all the way out for a Hartpury kick in on the far side, not the goal clearance. Right up by the corner, but just a kick in. Just a single substitute available for Hartpury. May have noticed on the team sheet, and could that prove to be a factor later on? Well, here's the here and now, and there's the goal for Bloomsbury. It's Merce Portabella with the strike that time does beat Panniers. And well, you can't say that it didn't look as though it was coming. Bloomsbury strike first, 1-0. Good turn. And the composure in front of goal to steady herself before striking. Good goal, 1-0. The league lead is off to a good start. Replacement ball just being called for. And Panniers will resume. Made a number of fine saves prior to that concession, but that one was past her in an instant. Here's Portabella, offloads wide right, but just too much on it, and it runs out of play. 5 minutes played, Bloomsbury 1 goal up. Portabella with her 4th goal of the season for Bloomsbury. There's a player down here for Bloomsbury. Maybe just a trailing arm, which was the reason for it. Crackman, but she's back to her feet. Will be replaced at least momentarily, just while she regains her bearings. Just a bit of a stoppage in play then following that injury for Hannah Crackman, but we will, when ready, resume with the ball drop back to Hartpury. Delay at the moment is because of the Hartpury goalkeeper Rebecca Panniers, who just wide of shot is receiving treatment following that injury concern that she picked up to her finger on the double save she made. It gives an opportunity for Bloomsbury to talk through things. Captain Helen of Scotland leading the discussion for them. There's Jade Grove. Well, Hartpury will need her to be firing and at her best if they are to trouble Bloomsbury across the course of the 40 minutes. Paul McHugh there, taking the opportunity to get the tactics board out and get some messages onto his players. It's turned into quite the lengthy stoppage in the end, with the injuries to both Hannah Crackman of Bloomsbury and Panniers, the Hartpury goalkeeper. players re-emerge, and it looks as though we are ready to finally resume. We expect the ball to be dropped back to Hartpury. They were in possession when play was stopped, and indeed it is dropped back to find James. Nice cutting turn away from the defender. James plays the pass across there to Holly Rogers. She's then dispossessed. Good defending. Manak. Salah plays the forward pass, looking for the give and go, maybe. It didn't quite come back though to Dalia Salah. Not to be confused with Bloomsbury's number 5, Estefania Salas. Very similar names, those two, amongst the Bloomsbury camp. Referee's whistle goes. Referee Ian Vane's not happy with Helena Scotland's overzealous nature of challenging. Still very much in discussion with referee Ian Vane's on the near side here. Helena Scotland, and it's disrupting Hartpury from resuming at the moment. Turned into a bit of a school teachers telling off, that, didn't it, for Helena Scotland? Long throw out, and on the end of it, there was Paula Sanchez. A really good, long, direct route one throw from the goalkeeper. And Sanchez on the end of it to turn in for number 2. That's how quickly defence there turned into attack. No chance for Panniers in goal. Sanchez with the deftest of touches, really right close to the goal to turn it in. 2-0. Rogers. Oh, she's lost the ball in a dangerous area. It's been fired, but only against Wathen that time by Salah. Referee in vain, just making sure that Jade Grove was back to full 5. Bloomsbury, who've managed to score twice, and at the same time as doing so, limit the opportunities that Hartpury have created as well, but they'll have a chance from this set piece, albeit in a wide position. That free kick given for the foul there. Looks a clear decision to give. Deflected behind for the corner. Back it goes down the line. That's a nice corner routine, but it didn't quite come back to Grove. In the end, the long-range strike was off target. Trying to work a move from their playbook there, though, Hartpury, with the 3 in a line down wide left from the corner. Bloomsbury edging forward in their defence, but Hartpury break clear of that initial pressure. Good defending by Scotland to thwart Grove as she spun away. Never truly got away though, because Scotland's pressure defending there is the fix. Really good from the Bloomsbury captain. Seven minutes played now, given that lengthy stoppage that we had with a couple of injuries. Here's Wathen trying to pull one back for Hartpury, and it was touched behind, I think, from the goalkeeper. The view of the camera was just slightly obstructed from the referee, but indeed it will be a corner. This time Hartpury there looked for the switch across to Grove, but the deflection takes it out. It's been a better last couple of minutes or so though for Hartpury. Long throw out again, and could it lead to goal again? It very nearly did for Bloomsbury. Final touch in the end coming off the attacker. Very similar direct route of attack them we saw for their second goal as well there, Bloomsbury. Maybe just tempting Hartpury into press, and when they do that, taking advantage of the longer ball and space in behind. Wathen forward looking for Grove. Flick around the corner, but it's always going to be too difficult for Sammy Halsworth, who's the Hartpury captain, number 4. Forward there looking for Crackman with the parallel pass from Dalia Salah. Long distribution. That time Hartpury opting for that particular option, but it's straight out of play, and we'll restart with the opposite Bloomsbury goalkeeper. Bloomsbury are the side in the league who've used the most players of anyone in the women's Tier 1, having used 15 different players so far this season in the games they've played. Means that the likes of Gemma Aldine and Ashley Lewis-Chaudinay, who was so impressive last time out for them, aren't involved today. No Jasmine Whitehead-Shakes either. Salah. Hartpury dropping off to the halfway line. Portobello wins the kick-in. Having scored the game's opener, Merce Portobello. She takes that kick in there back to Dalia Salah. Salah tries to feed the ball in between two Hartpury defenders and did that, but didn't find anyone in terms of a teammate. He was allowed to run out of play in actual fact, and now they're underway again with Hartpury trying to come forward through Grove, but it's out of play once more. Wathen, and it was turned away by the goalkeeper, who took no chances. It's actually kick-started this counter-attack as well for her side, but Crackman that time was held up well. Good challenge by Salah, option to the right, plays the option across to the right, and it's finished as well by Tessa Leong. Leong, who might feel that she should have scored before Bloomsbury did in this game, is now on the score sheet. Tessa Leong adds her name, that's 3-0. Clear foul there on Grove. Not the first time she's been fouled in this one so far, Jade Grove, and it's the third foul in actual fact against Bloomsbury. Just another slight break in play as the referee's wiping blood from the court, I believe, as Hannah Crackman's gone off with a blow to her nose. Oh, it's been given away from that set piece, and it's dangerous again. Bloomsbury coming forward once more and scoring again as well. Helena Scotland on the end of it for Bloomsbury. Made the run to the second post and a simple finish in the end. The goalkeeper guessed which way and guessed wrong. Never going to miss from there though, Helena Scotland. 4-0, and the timeout here called by Hartpury. You could see what it meant to Helena Scotland as well, with the joy and facial expression when the ball hit the back of the net. 4-0 and very firmly in control now of the league leaders. Have to go back to that opportunity that Hartpury had very early on in the game, which Hartness Armstrong made a great save on. And think about whether it could have played out differently in what we've seen so far, but wasn't the case. And Bloomsbury 4-0 up. Timeout was of course called by Hartpury, having conceded that goal. Paul McHugh with the tactics board there. The blue and red counters out on the magnetic whiteboard. Still inside the first 10 minutes of playing time, despite the fact that the game kicked off 25 minutes ago now, given the couple of lengthy stoppages that we've had. But what it does mean is that there's plenty more time to play in the first half, never mind the second. And plenty more time for Bloomsbury to try to kick on, or Hartpury find themselves a way back into it. Kicking for Hartpury. Forward to Grove. Dispossessed, and here's Ava van der Vliet. Rogers. Forward ball, but it breaks only back to Portobello and against the upright. She struck that sweetly, but it cannoned back off the post. Stays at 4-0 then, across looking for Holly Rogers, but the ball bypasses her and it's out. Given the circumstances, with Hartpury only having one substitute and Bloomsbury having a near full squad, not quite, but with 6 substitutes it's plenty in comparison. It seems like things would on paper only get more difficult for Hartpury as the game continued. Bloomsbury able to keep things fresh with full quartet changes or individual substitutions aplenty. Scotland, loose pass. We have it back though here. Hartpury just trying to stay more rigid now in their defence. Limit the gaps that are left for Bloomsbury to exploit perhaps. Much movement off the ball for Bloomsbury, it's good. Across it goes to Portobello and in towards the centre where finding space was Hannah Crackman. And it was that rotation and movement that allowed for Crackman to pick up position in front of goal and marked. Would have been a really nice goal that, because Bloomsbury had the ball for a long time. A sustained period of possession, but just not quite the finishing touches. Lofted maybe for the volley, which was taken side-footed. So often about the quality of delivery on the set piece, which was on that occasion good. Wasn't quite matched with the strike to goal though. Bloomsbury very much in control. Here's Scotland. Back to Helena Scotland again. That time just running out of room with the pass across the near side touchline. The red lines that we're playing to at Northgate Arena in Chester. This is the final game of the Tier 1 FA National Futsal Series this weekend, with no men's games being played tomorrow, remember. And the action will resume next weekend live on BT Sport, and Bloomsbury will take to the BT Sport 1 stage and they'll take on London Helvecia 1 week today. What a good game that promises to be. We saw Helvecia run out 8-2 winners against Cheshire in game 1 today, and it looks as though Bloomsbury are on course for 3 points as well. Still very much a lot of time to play, of course. A lot of time for things to change, but at the moment it's turning into a bit of one-way traffic towards the Hartpury goal. Another change there for Bloomsbury as their number 13 Chelsea Perry is onto court. Scotland receives the pass from right to left. Scotland forced back. Crackman, good save. Salas takes the corner back for the shot from Scotland, but it was well miscued. Sammy Holsworth, the Hartpury captain, yet to really influence the game in truth. Definitely one of her more quiet games so far. When firing, we know what an excellent player she can be, but it hasn't gone her way or her side's way so far today. Good save again by Panniers, who's been the shining light really for Hartpury, despite the fact that she's been beaten 4 times. Prevented many more. Corner, definitely the correct decision, did take a touch. On its way through and out behind. Scotland fired there against Rogers. Back for take two. We saw Southampton in the last game defend corners in a square box system. Hartpury there defending in a very much more regular Y shape. Scotland. Hartpury looking to spring a counter-attack for themselves, having not really threatened Bloomsbury in the past minutes of play now. Forward ball from Estefania Salas, but a hand of apology as the parallel just ran out, and it will be the kick-in on the far side, not keeper's ball. We've seen this a couple of times from Bloomsbury, just anticipating where the pass is going to go and not going as a full court press, instead just maybe attempting the pass across before then looking to engage or force an error when pressing high in the opposition's half. Everything is certainly working well for them so far. Wathen. Looking to play the 1-2 and give and go there was Halsworth with the pivot Grove. 3 more changes there for Bloomsbury. Perry the only outfield player to stay on. That's nice with the ball up to Grove. Cut through the Bloomsbury first line of defence, which Hartpury need to do more of if they are to gain success. Goalkeeper to goalkeeper that time, no touch. And all the way straight through. Halsworth. Grove. Just over 5 minutes to play until half time. Hartpury have steadied the Bloomsbury Storm a little bit in the past 2 or 3 minutes, but Bloomsbury still very much in a controlling position, in the driving seat with the game in their grip. That's a good ball up to Bloomsbury's pivot as it's set back for Perry, well blocked. It's the execution of those longer passes that's been impressive for Bloomsbury. Out again for another kick in. Goalkeeper Harkness Armstrong out of her area, but the ball now back with Hartpury. This for sure has been a more pleasing couple of minutes from a Hartpury perspective. Certainly if you're the coach on the far side there, Paul McHugh. Given away there though, and there's a runner over on the left side in Perry. Hartpury coming forward again with Wathen. Well defended. Sanchez positioned well. Wathen with a toe punt, I should say, style effort on the strike towards goal, but could be seen all the way and was always rising above the bar. Salas to take this kick. She takes it short to Merce Portobello. Leong, Salas, looking back for Leong. Hacked away, but only as far as Portobello. Needed no second opportunity to shoot again. Trying to then bypass the goalkeeper. Powney is in playing around. Grove found some space subsequently with Portobello having vacated that space, but it didn't quite come to her. Free kick, and that's a full foul against Bloomsbury, who I think it's fair to say have been aggressive in their style of defending, but not too aggressive. That's what the foul count and 10-metre penalty rule is there for. Sanchez maybe looking to work a shooting chance, instead plays it across to Salas. Up here though to Grove. Again, she doesn't get the success that she in prior games has in those sorts of 1v1 situations as the pivot. James. Over the top that time by Holsworth. Portobello. Leong that time going for the wall pass, but again not quite working. So much has though for Bloomsbury in this first half, and that's why they're 4-0 up. Here's Grove. Grove that time does get the shot in, but it's blocked on the slide to cover and defend by Merce Portobello. Important intervention because that was goal bound. Wathen. Holsworth, side netting. And the counter-attack's been started quickly here by the goalkeeper Armstrong, and there's an opportunity down the other end as one chance wasn't taken for Hartpury, and very nearly for Bloomsbury one was. Prime example there on the subsequent piece of players, to where Hartpury perhaps just need to get more bodies up and around in support of Jade Grove. Nobody anywhere near her long diagonal. It was hopeful more than anything else. Corner for Bloomsbury as we enter the final 2 minutes before the interval. Again, Bloomsbury with that crossover run. It's a similar outcome to the corner that we saw before, almost identical really, in the fact that it was allowed to run through. Maybe that time it was just slightly behind the runner on the blind side of the Hartpury defender. Portobello goes for goal, it deflects, and Pani has had to readjust and get down well. Grove loses out. Crackman still going, player over towards the second post, but a good defensive intervention, an important one there by Wathen. Cut off that passing line and made the interception, with a block out for the kicking. Nice lofted parallel pass, nicely executed. Good technique on that from Tessa Leong. Crackman, good stop again. I think you can make quite the compilation of saves in this first half by Hartpury's goalkeeper, Panniers, and there's another. A more simple one for her that time, but another to add to the tally nonetheless. Despite the fact that she's been beaten 4 times with efforts too difficult to stop. It's probably testament to the pressure in which Bloomsbury have applied to Hartpury, and the fact that they're praising the Hartpury goalkeeper as much as I am at the moment. Again, it's a good stop. Really good stop with the legs. Textbook save. And again, well executed. 44 seconds now until half time. Bloomsbury looking to make it 5 before the break. It's a very strict 5 metres being called for by the referee. Rogers back to Wathen, forced to loft the ball forwards, and ready and waiting was Grove. Crackman burst through 2 Hartpury defenders initially, but then runs into traffic in the form of red shirts. Crackman again plods that one forward, but to nobody in particular, and it's out of play again. The first half in which the ball has been out of play a lot. It's been a bit stop-start at times, but for the 20 minutes of playing time when the ball has been in play, Bloomsbury have certainly seen the large majority of the positive points from it. Grove. Nice layoff that time, but it wasn't gathered by Holsworth. Coming together in the centre of the court, and there goes the buzzer to signal for the end of the half. The first 20 minutes of the game comes to its conclusion. 20 more still to bring to you after the break, but at half-time, so far so good for the league leaders Bloomsbury, who look to be heading back to the top of the table after Birmingham's win earlier on. The half-time score, Hartpury 0, Bloomsbury 4. Welcome back then for the final time today for the final half of action in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. And it's 4-0 to Bloomsbury at the midway point with the second half just now underway. Bloomsbury in this second period kicking from left to right as we look at it from the main camera position courtside at Northgate Arena. If you missed it already today, we saw London Helvecia beat Cheshire by 8-2 and Birmingham overcame Southampton 9-1. Bloomsbury looking for a margin of victory not dissimilar to those. Grove. Good tackle, no foul. Loose ball that time there though by Sanchez, I think it was, to give it to Wathen. The goals in the first half for Bloomsbury coming via Merce Portabella, Paula Sanchez, then Tessa Leong and Helen of Scotland. So 4 different scorers of the 4 Bloomsbury goals. And I'm sure the message at half-time from manager Liam Francis would have been more of the same, please. Kick on and continue. Hartpury they'll try to disrupt. Didn't commit a single foul in that first half, Hartpury. Bloomsbury reached 4, that of course now at half-time is reset. I just wonder whether Hartpury will look to be a little bit more physical, given the situation they find themselves in the second half. Crackman was prodded goal bound with the toe-poked effort, which had the goalkeeper panniers completely rooted. Nice pass there from Harkness Armstrong. Forward ball down the line. Now Grove though with a player over on the left in Holsworth. Well blocked by Crackman. Swept away again with the feet by Harkness Armstrong. Then prodded forward by the opposite goalkeeper Panniers, but the pressure's only coming back down court one way. Corner. A little signal from Bloomsbury's number 9, Hannah Crackman, as to which particular corner routine this shall be. Just lofted for the shot on the volley for Portabella, but she completely fluffs her lines that time. Got that one all wrong. Wathen up to Grove. First couple of minutes played since the restart. And we're still as we were at the break in terms of the scoreline, and yet to see any real chances since the resumption either. Crackman had to be saved. One that you would expect the goalkeeper there to save, I think it's fair to say, but on target and needed dealing with nonetheless. Portabella just running the ball over the near side touchline. By the camera on halfway. Certainly initially felt that that was going to be the decision, but it's been brought back for instead the Bloomsbury free kick. And that there is a foul. And the first of the game conceded by Hartpury. Second coming together, judged cleanly, and not that time given as a foul. Didn't see what the first one was given for, but Hartpury certainly felt that it was going to be a kick in. Forward ball over the top and looking for the run of Grove in behind, and he breaks back for the shot at the second time of asking. This is a stronger start to the second half for Hartpury, an improvement on it definitely from that first 20, but Holsworth that time miscuing with her strike. Scotland on to look to dictate play from the back once more for Bloomsbury, such an integral part of the team, the skipper. Oh, good challenge to win the ball there off Grove. Grove with a loose touch again, and the goalkeeper had to make sure. There's no certainties about whether that was on or off target, and apparently he's taking no chances. Mentioned earlier that Rebecca Panniers is in goal in place of Katie Christopher, and with her display so far, there's just reason behind that if Christopher's omission isn't due to unavailability, which you'd imagine it would be, given the fact that she's been the regular first choice goalkeeper across many of the games that they've played so far this season. Oh, lunging challenge from Wathen, had to time that to perfection. It was a two-footed stretch for the ball, and diving in. Rogers with her back to goal and inside her defensive third. She was trying to win the ball back high. Grove. Towards Grove again, but nipping in with Scotland. Scotland fouled. And just as I thought might be the case, Hartpury conceding a couple of free kicks early on in this second half. Dropped short there by the goalkeeper. Wathen. Here's Holsworth back to Amy Wathen. Trying to suck the Bloomsbury defence high and then play the longer pass to Grove. That's clearly the game plan from Hartpury and coach Paul McHugh, but hasn't quite worked for them so far. Whether that be due to their own wrongdoing or the sheer quality of the opposition they've come up against. Either way, it's 4-0 and 4-0 to Bloomsbury. Grove looking to play the pass and flick around the corner. Find James to take this kick in. Always feel that she offers something a little different for Hartpury. Maybe a bit more dynamic in the way that she tries to take players on. Different aspect to what some of the other Hartpury players offer in attack. Towards the second post there and lunging for the ball with the outstretched right leg. Tessa Leong, but not able to catch it. Van der Vliet. Was she caught late there? Certainly seemed to be a foul. Referee obliges in giving it. Ava van der Vliet on debut for Bloomsbury, number 12, winning the free kick there. That's 3 fouls now already against Hartpury in this half. Scotland. Across for the strike, left-footed from Estefania Salas. It was a nice set piece with the pass played across and the left-footed option. Right now for the corner. That one not so much of a nice set piece routine and more of a reset option than anything else, I think. A smile on the face of Hartpury captain Sammy Halsworth despite the scoreline. Mentioned in the first half how they would have known the enormity of difficulty of the task that they faced today against such high quality opposition and league leaders. They're the side to beat at the moment, aren't they, Bloomsbury? And that goes for saying in the women's tier 1 and the men's as well. It's a very well-run club by the looks of things, Bloomsbury, who are going in the right direction in all departments. Very fruitful development academy products coming through for them as well. Salas. Tessa Leong. Turns the ball back to Salas. Bloomsbury again dictating play, but certainly not enjoying the amount of success as they did with possession in the first half. Halsworth. Oh, it's loose, it's been given away, and then it's a good save again from the goalkeeper, Panias. Another unforced error which gifted the chance for Tessa Leong. Prodded the ball towards that bottom corner, keeper's bottom left, and the outstretched left leg of Panias denied. Stays at 4-0 for now. Scotland blocks away. Was her strike. Scotland in possession again. Grove took a tumble and ended up down on the deck. Just a couple of words exchanged as well between Jade Grove there and Bloomsbury's Van der Vliet. Sign of the frustrations perhaps there for Hartpury's Grove. Just hasn't quite happened for her today, has it really? If I'm not mistaken, she's played every single minute of the game so far as well, which is obviously going to be a difficult ask. Scotland digs out the long diagonal, but not controlled on the end. Rogers. Good defensive intervention again there by Scotland. So impressive at the back, isn't she, for Bloomsbury? It's a foul, that time going in favour of Hartpury. The first Bloomsbury infringement in this second half. 3-1 on the foul count now. Wathen behind it and opted for a direct shot at goal that never really threatened to trouble the goalkeeper. Grove. Does well to hold off the defender, and then Scotland slides in again to touch it behind here for the corner. Wathen, her shot was blocked. Marcus Armstrong across, but didn't need to prevent it from going out. Was able to keep it in because it's a goal clearance anyhow. And stoppage in play with an injury concern over on the far side for one of the Bloomsbury players. I think it might be Helena Scotland just trying to confirm, but either way it's a bit of a worry for Bloomsbury, who otherwise have enjoyed many positives today so far. Indeed, I think it is Scotland who's there gone off. Yeah, definitely the Bloomsbury captain. And being seen to at the moment court side. Portobello. Salah. Crackman there going for goal from wide right. Dropped short again from the goal clearance to invite the pressure, which is exactly what Hartpury want to do, to then try and break through, and they did that time. And just the finishing touches lacking there. That was much better for Hartpury, who managed that time to cut through the Bloomsbury defence. And might it be that they now enjoy more success with Scotland not able to play further part? Hope that that injury isn't too serious, of course, for Helena Scotland. Just prior to that injury worry was I mentioning the Bloomsbury fixes, integral part of the squad. Misplaced pass that time, as Dalia Salah looked to execute a chip pass forward down wide left. Good slide to intercept. Still at 4-0, and as we were at half time. Final 10 minutes now beckon. Grove. Hartpury kicking. Final touch coming off the Bloomsbury defender. Rogers. Portobello did well, just won the ball back without having to properly tackle there. Merce Portobello using her body well in between player and ball. Coming together between two players, but the game's allowed to continue and Crackman's allowed to go on. Cleared by James. Grove still battling hard as ever. Up next for Hartpury will be the game against Southampton. So if it stays this way, which it very much looks likely to do so in terms of the result, then it will be 2 losers from today with the opportunity to go for a chance at 3 points next time out. Bloomsbury, on the other hand, they'll face London Helvecia in the game live on BT Sport 1, as I mentioned earlier. All that to come next weekend. But still, what, just under 10 minutes of action to bring to you this. And maybe an opportunity here for Bloomsbury to inflict further pain on Hartpury. Just losing sight of the ball there, I think, Hannah Crackman, as she turned with her back to goal. Came out of the challenge limping, but she's okay. Miscontrol. Again, it's dropped short from Panias. We've seen that a number of times today, when perhaps Hartpury would usually look to go more direct and straight up to Jade Grove. Buzzer sounds for the timeout, which has been called by the coach who will certainly be the happier of the two, in Liam Francis. What a job he's doing with this side so far this season. And it looks as though it's going to be 4 wins from 4 to keep them at the top of the table, and with a plus 20 goal difference as well as it stands from those 4 games. Hartpury, if they are to lose here, will drop down a place in the league standings, but still inside the top 4, which is the all-important factor really, given the league format and fact that it goes to a playoff campaign at the end of the season. So those top 4 places that are being battled out for. And of course, with only 7 in the women's tier 1 now, that's even more of an opportunity for the teams to break into those top 4 places. Manchester were one of the sides in the top 4 last season, but definitely won't be this time around, having withdrawn from the top tier. Free kick there was given to Hartpury. Referee's whistle's gone again. It's going to be another free kick, this time for Bloomsbury, with the 4th foul in the half against Hartpury. It's 4-2 on the foul count now. Portobello returned the ball back to Crackman, happy to try to build an attack again. Opting against that time from the set piece, one of their many playbook set plays, and just happy to try to attack 4v4 as usual. On the end of that was Portobello. She's an astute addition to Bloomsbury this summer, isn't she, Nurse Portobello? As are so many of the signings that they made over the off-court season. Recruited really well. And I guess they're seeing their just rewards for that now, with the success that they've had so far this campaign. Crackman there just retying her shoelaces, but we're good to continue once more. Header was goal bound from the Hartpury number 9, Rogers. Oh, ricochets all the way through there. It was allowed to bobble without the touch, which sometimes we see prove beneficial to attacking sides and fool goalkeepers with an anticipated touch that never comes. Kicking again as Bloomsbury continue to apply all of the pressure. It's been a second half that Hartpury will definitely be more content with than the devastating first, though. 4-0 at half-time and still 4-0 with 12 minutes gone in this second period. Handball, clear. One for the referee on the near side to give, and I think Portobella's asking for subsequent punishment there as well in the form of a yellow card. The yellow card there was shown for that handball, which as well takes Hartpury on to 5 fouls, as has there been indicated by the timekeeper Ashley Spires. So any further infringements, and that's going to be a 10-metre penalty, which could prove to be the route to goal that so far in the second half Bloomsbury have failed to find. Confirmation of that yellow card there shown to Hartpury's captain Sammy Holsworth for that handball. Crackman to the second post, but just behind the run there of Leong. Long throws. Out of play before the touch from Portobello. Sense that Bloomsbury might now try to draw that 6th foul, the important 6th foul from Hartpury, and win themselves the 10-metre penalty. There was a coming together there that was allowed to go unpunished. Wathen. Well, the referee's whistle went, said initially that it was allowed to go unpunished, but maybe an advantage was signalled for, which shouldn't be on the 10-metre penalty. I think that's what Hartpury are saying, and it will be a 10-metre spot kick. I think indeed that was what happened, an advantage signal for that infringement that we spotted just late as the ball was played. Should have been a straight whistle blow really, though, to award a 10-metre penalty. I suppose in the end they've got to the correct decision between the officials, and here Bloomsbury do have themselves an opportunity to score from the 10-metre mark. And it's not often that we see 10-metre penalties in the women's Tier 1, but an opportunity here, and an opportunity for Bloomsbury's Tessa Leong to add herself a second goal. Paul McHugh remonstrating with the officials on the far side. He's adamant that that's the wrong decision, but either way, Leong there takes it and finds the bottom corner. A perfectly placed penalty to beat the goalkeeper and make it 5. Just escaped the dive of Rebecca Panniers, didn't it, to evade her and ripple into the back of the net. 5-0. And it might be 6 here as it cannons again back off the woodwork. We've seen that so many times today with the ball bouncing back off the either post or bar. So Bloomsbury taking advantage then of that 10-metre penalty, and remember, any further fouls will again result in a 10-metre spot kick. Hartpury still on 5. Well, 6 they've committed to be exact in the second half, but 5 fouls they'll stay on. Another set-piece opportunity here for Bloomsbury from the kick-in, which is set for Portobello. And you could just see that there, very nearly creeping in the top corner. It was palmed away importantly by Panniers. Timeout called for. Paul McHugh opting to use his timeout after Bloomsbury head coach Liam Francis used his earlier. Liam Francis this time stepping aside with the tactics board and allowing his assistant Brian Walsh to take over in that regard. Disappointing day at the office again then for Hartpury. We won't be happy with the scoreline and manner in which the game has gone, but it's been overall a fairly positive season for them, with 2 wins, a draw, and after today 2 losses. It's about bouncing back for them now and trying to put today's events right with a win next week against Southampton. Can they find themselves a consolation goal to take into that game next week as well? Still got time to do so, 6 minutes 32 seconds left to play, to be precise. 6 minutes of action which will conclude this weekend's Tier 1 games. Flick round the corner, finds Rogers. Good save there by Harkness Armstrong, and that's the best opportunity that Hartpury have managed to create, certainly in this second half. Probably the best opportunity that they've fathomed since the very early chance for Grove as well. Hasn't had much to do today, Harkness Armstrong, but was called into action there. Wadders with the pass down the line as they look to try to work the familiar 3-in-a-line corner again. More than that time faking to play the pass and instead look to shoot. Manak there picks up the loose ball for Bloomsbury. Leong, in search of a hat-trick now, Tessa Leong, having scored that 10-metre penalty, but was unselfish in trying to play the pass across for Dana Manak. Rogers wriggles free of the first challenge, but then loses out in the second. Leong, it's allowed to run all the way back to Manak, and it's been fumbled in. Dana Manak with the strike. I'm not quite sure how it ended up in the back of the net. Whether it was just a fumble from the goalkeeper, indeed it was, but then the touch to turn it home from Tessa Leong. That's a hat-trick completed for Bloomsbury's number 11, Leong. And 6-0 now. For all the excellent saves that Rebecca Paniers has made throughout the course of the game, that's certainly not one that she'll want to look back on. Just escaped a grip, didn't it? And the moment it did, she knew what was to come. Manak across to Portabella. Back to Tessa Leong, I beg your pardon, not Dana Manak. Here she is in possession now, though. Manak picks out a lovely pass to Tessa Leong again. It was a very neat diagonal towards the second post that time. Bloomsbury in possession. They've had this full outfield quartet on court for quite some time now. Helena Scotland, who went off with an injury concern, is back to her feet on the sideline, which is a positive sign. Sanchez. Her diagonal was met with the touch, but no real direction. Here Scotland is back onto the court for Bloomsbury, so she's okay to return for probably the final few minutes that we have left to play, with a couple more changes in amongst there as well for Bloomsbury, made by Liam Francis. Rogers. Hartpury looking to register on the scoreboard. That's a foul from behind from the overzealous Van der Vliet there. Harkness Armstrong looking to line up her defensive wall, and maybe wasn't set herself in doing so. Managed to gather in the end, but when the referee's whistle blew, the goalkeeper was still trying to line the wall up. There's no obligation for the referees to wait for that. Scotland. Approaching the final 3 minutes then. And then Bloomsbury's 3 points will be confirmed to round off a day in which we've seen three pretty one-sided games in truth in the end. Maybe a goal here though for Hartpury, and there certainly is. Well, that will be pleasing for them to have grabbed a late consolation through Holly Rogers. And they'll feel that they deserve that as well, given the chances that they've created on the counter. Bloomsbury won't be happy to lose out on their clean sheet. But Hartpury score, and Holly Rogers the scorer. Again, a bit of a delay to the restart. Not quite sure what that was for that time, but we are back underway now. Just a little dampener on the overall day for Bloomsbury, but they won't mind too much with the 3 points now wrapped up. Hartness Armstrong takes it upon herself to charge out of the area and kickstart this attack. Hartpury, remember, still on 5 fouls. Any subsequent fouls committed will again result in the spot kick, which we've already seen Bloomsbury score 1 of. Will they get a second opportunity from that before time's up? Grove opted to take the shot on. Probably the best option that she had from there, with nobody really again in support. Would again just stress the difficulty of the task that Hartpury faced today, especially with just 6 players. 5 outfielders, just the 1 substitute. It's difficult both physically but also mentally to stay switched on against a side who've enjoyed so much possession in Bloomsbury across the course of the 40 minutes. And on paper you maybe would have thought that because of that Bloomsbury would wear them down in the latter stages, but ultimately the job was done at half-time. Grove there with the trademark turn and shot on the spin, but no such fortune for her that time in finding the corner. Again, Grove with an effort on the spin. It's the same outcome this time wide, though, of the right-hand post. (6-1) to Bloomsbury. And it looks as though it might finish that way. Into the closing minute now. Grove felt she was fouled, then maybe had a little nibble back at Bloomsbury's Dahlia Salah. Rogers. Well blocked back there was Van der Vliet. And it will be again here taken to the 10-metre mark. With another foul and another opportunity for Bloomsbury to add another goal. So maybe it won't end as 6-1. We've got another chance for the scoreline to be increased, and it looks as though it's going to be a chance for Hartness Armstrong, who's been given the Christmas gift of taking this penalty. It's come early for her, and Hartness Armstrong up against Panniers. Goalkeeper against goalkeeper. Hartness Armstrong, it's over the bar. Replay of that effort. Couldn't quite put the icing on top of the cake for Bloomsbury. Thundered the ball, but not the direction that she was looking for. Deep kick in here for Hartpury in the mandatory final few moments. James running out of room. Heavy touch over the line. 4 seconds away from that final buzzer and the end of match handshakes. But really today then just an emphasis on Bloomsbury's want to be the side to beat in the league. And that's what they're at the moment stamping their authority on. Coming close there to another consolation with Hartpury. There's the pass across the face of goal for Rogers. In the final couple of seconds. And that's that then. There sounds the buzzer to signal the end of the game. The end of the day's action from Northgate Arena in Chester. There's the final score. And it's a win for Bloomsbury, which takes them back to the top of the table with a perfect record. 4 wins from 4. And it takes them onto a very healthy looking +21 goal difference as well. The final score then in this one, it's Hartpury 1, Bloomsbury 6. Those are the highlights from the final game then, with Bloomsbury running out 6-1 winners in that third game. Those are the results from today's fixtures. London Helvecia beating Cheshire 8-2 in the first game before Birmingham went on to beat Southampton 9-1, and Bloomsbury beating Hartpury by 5 goals, 6-1 there at the end. 3 games which went the way of the favourites in the end. Here's the league table of the women's Tier 1. Bloomsbury still sitting healthy at the top of the table. Birmingham's draw against Hartpury a few weeks back now means that they have dropped 2 points and are in second place on 10. Southampton still at the bottom, yet to pick up their first points of the season with 5 games played. London Helvecia threatening still with just 3 games played for them so far. That's how it's looking at this stage. Just a reminder then, no action tomorrow from the men's Tier 1, unfortunately, but fear not, we'll have a weekend full of it next weekend live on BT Sport. Really looking forward to that. And the women's Tier 1 will take to the stage on the Saturday, and then the men's on the Sunday. That concludes our coverage then today from Northgate Arena in Chester. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the action today. We've certainly had plenty of goals to bring to you, and with wins for London Helvecia, Birmingham and Bloomsbury. Until next time, thank you for joining us, and goodbye.